Hello. Hope everything works. Surely. Hopefully? Yes? I think everything works. Good. Right. Let's instantly get started. I'm not waiting. What's the worst that can happen? Let's go. Nothing. Next one. Nothing. Next one. But again, nothing. 40. 50. Come on, give me something, please. 60? That's a good sign. Oh, no. That's a good. I'm happy. I'm very happy. I accidentally clicked. Oops. 2 more. Nothing here. Nothing here. Come on. Nothing here. I don't know how much I used. Ah, one more. Faust. I clicked it. I'm not very smart. No, I think just one more. Yes, I think the announcer's paid, isn't it? Would it be? Is the announcer paid? Okay, that doesn't make sense. I'm looking. Announcer here? Hey, where exactly is the announcer? Yay, nothing. Ah, hi Sinclair. I only need Gregor. Hello, who is it this time? It's Ryoshu. And this time? I don't need you! It's 2 of them! Thanks, you two. Appreciate it. Oh, not another one? Oh, there he is! Right, that was... I pressed it. I should stop. I don't think my ADHD medicine works right now. I'm sure it's gonna work someday. I think that's all of them. 140 points, 3 egos. And the announcer, I'm still not quite certain where it is. It's not here. And it's not here. Here doesn't make sense. It's not in the reward exchange either. I'm missing something. I don't think I am. Ishmael is down. I didn't think of which team to use actually. Clear within 10 turns. Okay, that changes a lot of things. Wait, first I should equip all the evil. I'm not gonna use. I should look at the egos first. at least on food. There we go. The main target has burn or rupture, final power plus 3, deal 1% damage for away 1 rupture potency, max 25, hard shell barrier. Stack defense, max stack 10, turn and lose 3 stacks. After attack, gain 10 of those. You get hit by enemy, consume half of hardened shell barrier and gain protection equal to stack consumed. Once per turn, rounded up. If it's 10 stacks, that's 5. Heal self and one ally with the least HP percentage by 30% of units max HP. This unit is at max HP. Heal 2 other allies instead. 30% of max HP. It's pretty good. Passive. One ally with the lowest HP percentage by hardened shell barrier stacked percentage. This unit's max HP. If this unit is at max HP, 2 other allies with the lowest HP percentage. Hardened shell stacked percent, that's 10%. 25% or lower. Or a staggered multiply this effect by 1.5. Turn and if last eagle skill force used during this encounter was command meltdown, lose only 1 stack of hardened shell barrier turn end. That is pretty good healing. Mouse at you got the wrong Quagger. 1, 2, 3. When used for the first time, it will consume 1 fewer wrath, 2 fewer sloth, and 1 fewer pride. That's 1. Holy shit, that is very cheap! At plus 1 man and scale, activate Unbrilliant Glory in Distance instead. This skill does not hit an enemy, does not trigger defense, and then internal effects cannot trigger this. Max like 40. In 10 stacks at turn end. Very 20 stacks, no protection. So maximum 2 protection. 8 stacks gain 1 aggro, max 5. Gain up to 20 per turn. Gain 10 stacks at turn end. Holy shit. After attack, gain 1 man and skill and he gains 20. 40 stacks become clashable. At 40 man skill unit the skill ends, this unit cannot be staggered from taking damage and gains clash power plus 20. Okay. So it's a 30 clash power plus 5 from death. And it's reuse coin up to a maximum for attack weight. We use this coin stake 3 times. Okay, it's 4 times coin. That is a lot of... You know, you're getting 1 more. Even though I don't know how to put you into the charge. There we go, and Honglu. Now only Ishmael, but Ishmael is not an option right now. 1, 2. Gain for poison. Then lose 1 stay. Lose 1 stay. I think that's it. That should be quite a bonus. Ah, there's a hard one. Oh, Gregor, what am I gonna do with you? You're generally a good Gregor. Not that I'm gonna charge him, but it's the best I can do right now. Maybe I take points. Gregor, do you have points? Technically, yes.
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리 들리지 않아?
What is the most poised Ishmael? Hello, cat. Can I help you? Taking captain down? Really? Any point? No. Yes? Yes, you do. And Ethan, you definitely have one.
피가 범람할
There we
시간이요.
go.
이 경로는 숨어들기 나쁘지 않군 거래.
Yes, you are very cute. And you're purring. I was exploring a lobotomy corporation when my consciousness sinks into the depths. The sense of recognition itself, a concept without form, floats into the shadow of an ever-wheeling river, swept up in currents to nowhere. When we enter into an abnormality, but Sword told us that against the lobotomy corporation should be free of any abnormalities. The abnormality which had appeared out of nowhere was more otherworldly than any we'd encountered so far in this journey, and deep blue. It was fabulously blue and seemed to have a pull that endlessly drew us into itself. Just as I was about to recall this abnormality, a myriad of scenarios and a flood of incalculable thoughts crashed into my mind like mild waves before ebbing away from its shore. I was already lost and drifted somewhere within my own consciousness when I realized this. Just how long am I going to be adrift? The sensation of my own consciousness floating away is quite an unfamiliar one. I floated about in that strange state for a while. I'm sorry, I'm not going to voice everyone. I don't think my voice is going to be good. An unfamiliar voice seizes my aimlessly drifting consciousness. Maybe I'm still doing it. What do you think? Yes, okay. Are you Dante? The fog of my vision clears as the voice breaks through the waves, and concerned expression comes into view. Yes, I am. What a relief. Greg, I think Dante has come to... Wait, he knows Greg? So who are you? I was about to ask further questions to the stranger with particularly long animal-like ears, but... Oh no, what is happening? I feel the drowsiness coursing back within the terrifying memories of the dream, rendering me unable to speak. I have to get a hold of myself, after an immediate amount of time had passed. I barely managed to wake myself from slumber to get a grasp of my surroundings, only to find myself surrounded by more unfamiliarities. There was that stranger from earlier, sitting atop a rock and silently taking in the sight, a young girl who probably saved my life. Wait, so were those animal ears after? Oh. Okay, that's not important. I have to prioritize figuring out where in the world I ended up in. So we're standing by the Liberian coastline. How are you feeling? a little out of it, but I'm okay otherwise. Liberia, huh? Yes, we're in Liberia. Well, given that we're next to an ocean, maybe I drifted all the way to Yukop's Great Lake. Liberia was an unfamiliar name, but that was all I had to go on, given that the city was still full of more unknown than knowns to me. I'd radioed your colleagues when you briefly woke up earlier. They'll be here in any minute. I see. Kent, this hurts. Yes, you're very cute. Yes, you get attention. Wait, my colleagues? You must run into the... Kent, please! Into the sinner's den! Ow! The fog of my mind immediately cleared as soon as I realized that the sinners were all nowhere to be seen. Cat, this hurts. Sinners? I think so. I went into them earlier. They were looking all over the place for someone with a clock for their head. It was a pretty unique description, so I could tell them away that you were the person they were looking for. So this clock head does come in handy. Manager, but Tante. I woke up in a familiar place to an unfamiliar face, and in the midst of all sense of displacement, the faces that appeared before me were certainly a sight for sore eye. Gregor, who knew? Miss Rabbit here told me she found you unconscious by the ocean, and I came as fast as I could, and oh boy, I was worried that something bad might happen. Glad to see you're doing fine. Were you lost at sea? I don't know. Well, I do think I'm fine, though I guess not having any way to drink water has finally come in handy. Yes, Dante. Exactly. You should go get that checked out just in case. Wait, your head's waterproof, right? Cricket takes a moment to steady his breath, then mutters occasionally. Oh, where are you going, cat? Please don't shut off my PC. Holy shit. This would be the 4th time you did this? I'm only talking about this week. Cat. Cats. Well, he doesn't seem that concerned. Maybe we're not actually in that much danger. So what happened? Where are we? Do you remember entering that lobotomy corporation branch Shun told us about? Ah, yeah. Yeah, we went into a new abnormality and got sucked into it before we even had a chance to do anything. Man, I really thought that was it for us, especially with you getting sucked in there too, Manager, but... But when we came to, despite waking up with our faces down in some ditch, we were all fine, without a scratch. Though, there was quite a mess when we realized that you'd gone missing. We wanted to search for you immediately, but it took a while before we got a better bearing of where we were. So we're not at Yukop's Great Lake. Some of us considered that to be a distinct possibility, but it's likely Ishmael was really certain that we're not in District 21. She did concede that we might be in an unknown area within the Great Lakes of the outskirts, but that doesn't seem likely either, given what the rabbit-ear lady there said. The outskirts region of the Great Lake? I've met all kinds of people from all over Terra, but I've never met anyone who referred to Liberia that way. Terra? Liberia? As I found myself puzzled by these unfamiliar terms, a very obvious question suddenly struck me. Speaking of which, who are you? Really, you fellas haven't introduced yourself to each other yet? It's just that it's all just a lot to take in. It's understandable, you did just wake up from a pretty narrow experience. She is actually, would you like to do the honors yourself? I'm Amir, the leader of the Rhodes Island Police Just call me Mia. I'm not good. I'm Dante, manager at Limbus. Come here. I know I'm late, but thanks for saving my bacon. It seems that this Rhode Island is a pretty big corporation, but Gregor trades off ominously and scratches his head before counting with some mild trepidation. This young lady with the rabbit ears doesn't know what the head is at all. As far as I know, there aren't any organization in terror with the same characteristics as the one Mr. Gregor explained, at least not with a name like the Head. Also, so it's Rhodes Island, not Rhodes Island, not Rhodes Island? Sorry, Gregor, it's kind of bad with names. I feel you, Gregor. I really do. So what you're saying is that we're not in the city anymore? It'd be weird for any higher up at this huge corporation to know less about the Head than we do. Let alone be completely clueless about it. Well, maybe we've turned into a previously undiscovered zone of the outskirts, or the ruins probably? Or maybe we really found ourselves in a completely different world. If the conjecture's correct, we're in way bigger trouble than I thought. This wasn't like the times we accidentally stranded ourselves in the outskirts via a door into the corridor. Amia stared at me with some concern as though she felt my distress. I think I can draw a connection to something else that's happening here. That happened here? Really? Yes, recently abnormal signs and events have been occurring in Liberia ever since a mysterious dimensional door appeared at sea. And it's been said that this dimensional door is connected to something very, very distant. To something that we've never observed before, so seems reasonable to theorize that the dimensional door is how we managed to cross over to this world. I really would have appreciated Faust's input. Where all the other sinners go anyway? A bit late on the uptake to be gawking around for the other sinners now, don't you think? There's a settlement near here, where they're all helping out with various odds and ends of the village. We're taking turns searching for Dante, of course. You know, I never thought about how difficult it would be to search for someone. We're like fish out of water too, man. Barely got even a wink of sleep since yesterday. Yesterday? How long? How long was this? Everyone got to be really tired, and so it's just two out here for now. No, Ishman, you're saying the other half of the search party, and we just happen to be the last group in rotation. They must be searching elsewhere to find you, manager, but we got the news early thanks to Amia's comms gear, but the other team didn't. Yeah, we got lucky. The other team, well, we don't have any way to get into touch with them, so they'll probably continue the search until the shift's done. Oh, are we talking about that village you mentioned earlier? Right. You've been there, huh? I guess it's a bit off the beaten path. Well, we're going to have to wander with the other sinners anyway, so let's head to the village for now. Something seems to Amia's interest as she fell into a complete silence with carefully speaking up. I would like to accompany you there. Sure, I don't see why not. You helped us find manager, but and more importantly, you seem to know a lot more about this place than we do. I don't actually know Liberia that way either, but I should be able to be of some help. They've closed their borders and have practically locked out any foreign influence from affecting them, but I did get briefing before the mission. Closed borders, huh? Then how did you get? We followed Dr. Catalyst's direction and legally crossed the country's border. Illegally? Ah, illegally. Oh, does that mean you crossed the border without obtaining any permission? Huh? We had to cross the border somehow in order to investigate how and why the dimensional door came to be. It normally complains to be doing it. Is it normal for companies to be doing that? Large firms can often dispatch their agents for missions. Yeah, Rhode Island is in its essence a pharmaceutical company researching treatments for people infected by all we have? 3. But we also work to prevent and assist in the management of various situations that can occur in high-risk areas. High-risk areas, huh? Wait, what about your companions? I doubt you came all the way here on your own. That's, we're forced to split up due to a certain force that were in pursuit. Wait, stop. Emma's ears twitched as she came to a stop and began scanning the surroundings. Then, there. As we stood about confused, I noticed something pointed towards this seashore, hidden behind large and cracked rocks formation. What are we supposed to, huh? There we saw something reading a lengthy greatsword. Bickering with two familiar faces. Again, move you in the way. You needn't worry as you do. We have had ample experience battling monsters who are much like them. Listen, I'm not worried, it's... Come on, better to have 3 fighters than 1, right? Besides, you're the first person we went into out here, so we've got a lot of questions to ask. He's saying, Ishmael? Dante, you are unharmed. And here I thought getting ready for a 3 days long search. What a relief. We were all really worried that we might never be able to find you. We managed to find them thanks to the help from Miss Mia. Huh? Are you two acquainted? Not a good time for a reunion. I can't wait until after we take out the sea monsters. Scadia, those organisms sea bonds Dr. Arknights mentioned before? They're sea towers, to be specific, the less sophisticated ones among them. Sophisticated. Words. And they're probably here for me. Sea towers? I heard the sticky noise of something vicious slithering against the rocks. When I turned to face the origin of the unsettling noise, I smelled the heavy, wet scene of wine. At the end of my gaze awaits strange monsters, unlike distortions, unlike abnormalities, unlike anything I'd ever seen. It is as I thought, the sea. The sea itself is encroaching on the island. I was almost certain we weren't at the Great Lake, but I'm not sure anymore. Experience with the thick scent of wine at the Great Lake must have put her in a very mood. As Ishmael seemed to be a lot more apprehensive about these monsters than anyone else. Do you think those creatures could be whales or mermaids? I don't know. The Great Lakes and also they're full of unexplored mysteries after all. Cat, what are you doing? If you want to jump up. Don't look at me like that. Cat. Yes, you are very cute. Cats. Jump! Don't look at me like this and just jump, please. Here, let me pick you up. There you go. Dante, what do your senses say? It's unclear. I say the closest comparison I could make is with the whales, but even that's unconclusive. Huh? More enemies on the horizon. We should prepare for battle. Doesn't seem like we can talk things out with them though, so let's take them out. Yep. There you go, cat. Weird being. Cats. Huh? Let's read them. Oh, hi. There she is. Sinking and nervous and parchment. What the fuck is nervous and parchment? 30 stacks, max like 30. At 30 stacks become staggered, then take fixed damage equal to 20. Remove this effect. Okay, that sounds fun. What else? Inflict 2 more sinking. Holds your hit against targets with sinking. Okay, if you have sinking, take more sinking. When on top of... Yes, when... Since on top of at turn and take fixed 5% gain 3 nervous and parchment. Greatly increase nervous and parchment features on top of... Inflict against... What? Station... What? Okay, just have to see what that means. 30 staying. Okay, just have to see what the fuck that means. And unbreakable coin. Convert at 33% HP, convert all to unbreakable coin. I don't know, only one of the new English what we need. I don't think I can generate all of
검은
them.
아직 별여 있어.
입을 열 시간이 있나?
또 아리를 튼게.
긴장하셨나요?
Can I?
그럴 땐 크게 심호흡을 하면
I can generate
도움이
that.
된답니다.
Can generate blue. And white was the other one? White is the other one. I can generate
도착.
2 white ones. Maybe. No, they're not very tanky. But they give a weird status effect, and I don't like that. No, that should be
타겟
even
도착.
closer. I think I will do this. If the fight is long enough, at least. Not sure what they do. There are a lot of them. So what else do I need? Still need 5, that's all. How many more? 12, okay. Then I'm definitely going to get the
죄를 새겨주겠어.
next one.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
Sanity, that's nice. Yeah, can I help you?
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데. 깔끔하게
After I'm
몰아버려.
a bit more calm, I'm going to talk more. I'm sorry that I didn't talk that much yet. Okay, okay. You have time to try.
타겟 도착.
Show me the new ego. And it's gonna be a quit. Most likely.
흐릿한 등화. 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 하늘 용이 되어 긴 벼로에 남았구나.
Damn. Seems like a lot of damage for a ego. I like it though.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
And that's the oh, that's cool. That's so cool. Oh, I love when they do something like this. And I'm getting too excited again or something. Calm down. Okay. All remaining enemies have retreated to the sea. Good work, everyone. Who didn't think I'd have to deal with anything remotely like this outside of the Great Lake? You can't say that again. It would have taken us the whole day if that Skadi character didn't accompany the other half, while Miss Rabbit helped us from a distance. As we were catching our breath after the battle, I had a brief hum. When I turned to look at its source, I saw Skadi glaring at me with palpable alarm. Strange people who transform. And a head of clock? I guess they're both technically true. Well, it's nothing more than a theory at this point. I think they have a lot to do with the dimensional doorway we're supposed to be investigating. Nice to meet you, I guess. I only hear ticking. That's because only us sinners can hear Dante's voice. Huh? What's up? No, I just wondered how Miss... I can see understand Dante. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, what's going on here? Yeah, it completely flew over my mind. Exactly. I didn't even question how weird it is. Well, I didn't question it either. Yeah. Your voice sounds like a ticking clock to me, but I don't know. It's almost like I can sense what they're trying to say, what kind of emotion they're trying to convey. Her explanation reminded me of the blue boy in Sinclair's past, but I didn't quite feel the uncanny sensation from Amia that I felt from them. So she can read me, kinda like how Virgilius can, I guess. Well, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's true, it's been a bit of a hassle to always need Faust or Honglu to translate for you. I'd like to know exactly how she can understand Dante, but I don't think we got the luxury of time to sit down and figure this out. So, are we heading back? Sounds like a plan. It's not like we know anything else to go, right? Oh, and Miss Velvet, he'll be tagging along too. She said she'd help us find our way back. I'm glad to be working with you two. Also, Miss Ishmael, Mr. Honglu. Took the words right out of my mouth. You already had us plenty and you clearly know a lot more about this place than we do. The journey is long, perhaps embarking on it ere the sun's fall would be wise. How long's the journey? No idea, it's not like we have a clock with us. Do know that it's not very far though, we just need to walk along the coastline for a bit. Skadi quietly points into my direction. Oh, Dante can't tell us the time because they're not on time. Then why the clock hat? I didn't exactly choose to get myself a clock-shaped hat. I looked away from Skadi, an inquisitive eye which were quite so fixed on my head. The coast of Liberia are hardly a good place for people to live. Those things can go anywhere in this world, but they thrive at a place that meets the ocean. So how did people manage to build a village at a place like this? The monsters are called seaborns or sea towers, yes. While it is true that they possess certain difficulties, they were hardly the kind of monsters with the strength to bring scourge and drive out the local population. Don't judge them based on that brief skirmish. She's just telling us to be on our guard, right? Skadi can be a bit hurt, but she's not a bad person. I don't think she said anything wrong. Nothing rules out the existence of stronger variants of these creatures being out there. Skadi concern only served to fan my curiosity, but something about her expression communicated that I probably shouldn't pry, so I quietly quickened my pace as we walked to the village. And how much of the event currency stuff do I get? Any day now. Any day now. Surely. Ah, there we go. Damn, that's... Oh!
오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가
Ain't
없네요.
lunacy. Cool, and I have no idea what to do with it in the future. Well, I guess there's still the next Bifurious Night. How much do I need? 1,000. And then... And... weeding. This hardly looks like a village, it's more like ruins of one, isn't it? It doesn't seem like they've done any proper upkeeping to the place, not in a while at least. They're really here living together? The strange buildings tell the story of a former prosperity from a bygone era. Our steps leave no footprints on the wet muddy ground on it. I see a rotting sign marked with the name Faro Muerto. Where I look in the village, I see evidence of long, silent abandonment. We don't see those kinds of abandoned-looking ruins often in the city either. Well, yeah, there's always someone or something out there waiting to capitalize on the free real estate, be it a syndicate or a corporation, and fix it up better than this is at least. So where are the sinners? Ah, there's a clearing down there where... We went trapped betwixt a train and a great ship narrowing winds along. Say it. Oh, and that is when young Ishmael boomed, her command most resonant. Say no more. I didn't even have to try to search for them. That unsoundly and familiar voice and drum between the empty buildings. That's Don Quixote's voice when she's sharing her adventurous tales. There she was, standing atop a low podium like an actor on stage. We hailing the group of people in wakes with tales of our adventures like a traveling thespian. Answer, ye dogs! Oh, this the moment I, Ishmael, the first mate of Wesemistopheles, shall naive. Stop! Hold on, just what do you think you're doing? Young Ishmael, unhand my mouth, for I was just about to regale him with the most fantastic tales of adventures at the Great Lake Manager's Choir. Verily, thou hast returned with Manager's Choir safely. No, they found Clogghead. A burning log for a head? When I was a child, I heard a story about a legendary sarcasm with a flaming head. Why would someone like that visit our humble village? While the exterior may carry elements that inspire fear in someone, there is no cause for alarm. Yeah, they might look like that, but they're Dante, our manager, and the rest are... Oh, hello. I'm sorry, who are you? Two? These two are very nice people who helped us find Dante. This is Miss Amia, leader of Rose Island. And this is Miss Skadi, the operator. They becoming along with us for a little while. With us, we believe that the dimensional door which we at Rose Island are investigating has something to do with why you suddenly woke up here in Liberia. As Amia was bringing the sinners up to speed, the villagers who were staring at us curiously approached us. Curiously. Did our conversation manage to convince them that we're not a threat? I sure hope so. Are you a friend of our saviors? Saviors? Verily, this quite the grand title. Yet that is indeed the word which we by which we addressed. To be more precise, by saviors, they are referring only to Faust and Otis. Faust gave me a light nod when we made eye contact, but I could tell that her lips were drawing a very, very subtle smiling arc. So I'm guessing something did happen. They were quite mistrustful upon our initial arrival. What business do we outsiders have here? What if they're from Inquisition? From the Inquisition. Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Oh no, what do we do after all we went through to get here? Calm yourself, everyone. None of them are carrying what appears to be the scriptures or lamps. Let's first try to see who they are. Man, I don't think they're gonna trust us anytime soon. They're all let's STNC them. PTSD. What? You can't do that, we can pillage their storage report. It looks like they already have it hard enough as it is. Yoshi, what the fuck? I don't think STNC is a good way to get started either. Should we just find help elsewhere? Just look at how thin the arms are. I don't think they're in any shape to help us out. Perhaps we could inquire as to our whereabouts. Where are to decide our lodging? While the landscape is certainly reminiscent of U-Corps, but I don't recall seeing any learning about any place that looks like this, though I can't say I've been to every corner of I haven't been to every corner of U-Corps. I ask again, what business do we outsiders have here? The fingers are tingling around the grips of their weapons. Prolonged silence will most likely turn this into a hostile encounter. We can't have that. Hi, we're from Limbus company. We're fixers of justice. Yeah, that fixers of justice. Oi, don't you know when to keep it down? Fixers? That over there is a ship blueprint, isn't it? Are you looking to repair a vessel by any chance? All the construction materials seem to suggest so. Chief? This does not concern you. It's not something a mere outsider can understand. Curiously, I never seen an energy source like this before. Have you won the test to rule out any stability issues? It seems to power the heat exchanger via some method comparable to utilization of fusion energy. Have you any thoughts on this, Miss Faust? The general design structure is somewhat old-fashioned, but there certainly are inspired parts to this design, with the usage of the core energy source. While its stability would need to be further studied, this technology seems to be incredibly energy efficient. You identified all that merely by glancing at this blueprint? You must be the village chief then. If so, I have a proposition for you. In return for assisting in the ship repair, we were promised a ride on their vessel. Miss Faust has theorized that perhaps by going out to sea, we may be able to find a way to return to whence we came. Does that mean we can find a way back somewhere out there in the sea? Nothing is certain yet, Dante. At this moment, we are working based on a hunch. A hunch? Sensing the implicit omen in her choice of words, I slowly turn around to look at Faust, who nodded solemnly in response. If we are really in a different world, even her Gesellschaft has to be. No issue encountered in the repair process. Faust smiles faintly as she looks around, then she pulls me in by my hand. She whispered in a low voice, "My connection to Gesellschaft is currently operating at a suboptimal level, Dante." Are we getting Faust without Gesellschaft again? That's great. I like Faust. I think Faust is my 5th favorite sinner. Sadly, my cat doesn't like Faust. My cat, I don't know why, but my cat loves to throw the Faust plush constantly. I sometimes have to find it because the cat just drags it. What? I don't even know where sometimes. I don't know why. She does it while I sleep, and when I wake up, Faust is just gone. Then I have to find Faust. So it's still connected at least. Indeed it is. However, even exchanges of simple information are taking up to dozens of hours by correct calculations. Is this a warp train situation because we're in a different dimension? The cost should be identical when we have been connected to an unidentified, unpredictable dimension. Our Faust is aware that the pathway to our original dimension is yet to close this time, unlike the situation back at aboard the warp train. So, to get back to where we came from, indeed, traveling through the pathway is the most feasible solution. And from that you came up with the whole plan to repair the ship and sail out to the sea. Yes, well, I am also a genius after all. Amir conjectured that we probably came through a dimensional door of sorts. Looks like that dimensional door might be what Faust is looking for. With high likelihood, yes. At least there's a way back. I find myself calming down a little. Speaking of which, when do you think you can warp up the repair job? A fortune should have it. A major of the most times consuming part of the repair have already been completed by the local. It shouldn't take us more than a day or two to get this core part ship shape again. Executive manager. Well, be staying here for a few more days then. How did you manage last night? Well, it's like earlier, we've been keeping ourselves busy looking for you this whole time. We've took turns helping with the repairs and resting, but I doubt any of us got a proper night's rest. Still, we weren't cold. That's to the villager. Thanks to the villagers who kept the fire going for us all night. Not to mention how they helped us a ton with that local map they drew us. Oh, also Chief handed us this area. What's it for? And looks like a sack to collect water. Give it here. I know how to get that installed. It must be to repay Miss Faust and Miss Otis' effort at repairing the ship yet. The service they provide us is certainly quite generous, even when taking the action and nature into account. They're really giving us the best treatment they can, huh? As for food, we managed to find ourselves with some cookies and bread Rhodia kept in her pockets. Didn't want to eat in their own food supply when they're already pretty tight, you know? She carried enough cookies and bread for 12 people? Huh? Where? How? They did offer us some, not those white fish things, but we refused. I ain't about taking food from the needy. I have to drink, give me a second, sorry. Hydration is important. That and my voice is pretty much dying right now. No need to concern yourself so much with our hospitality. You have done more than enough to earn your keep. I turned around to look at the source of that low rumbling voice and saw an old man in an outfit that seems to distinguish itself among the other villagers. There you are, Chief. Is there a place for us to stay tonight? We do have places to shelter for the misty humidity at the very least. There's an empty building, so feel free to occupy it for the night. Oh, are you sure? I mean, I don't mind sleeping in the streets myself. Hey, speak for yourself. I've been looking forward to sleeping with a roof over my head since, like, yesterday. You catch cold sleeping in the elements in this environment, which is fine by me for the rest of you. But we cannot afford to have an executive manager or honored guests suffer that fate. Honored guests? I hear what happened from the four who left in search for executive manager. First, I would like to begin by imparting my infinite gratitude to you for finding and rescuing the executive manager. I hear that you are leader at a pharmaceutical company. This acquaintance shall certainly come in handy in case our stay becomes significantly prolonged. I love most doesn't understand. I love all sinners. I don't think there's a single sin I don't like. It's just surprised by her boldness to say something to me when they're standing right here. Can I stay in your village too, Chief? The village chief took a brief glance at the hems by her white wrist, then nodded. Welcome to Farm Urto. You're welcome to stay for as long as you want. And please do let me know if you find yourself without food. Our food supply may be tight indeed, but we have enough to share with those who help to repair the vessel. Oh yeah, better not go back on your word later. I wonder what kind of local delicacy white fish like they were eating earlier maybe. Hey Chief, what is it? Just how are you surviving out here by the sea? Perhaps the question of how we are surviving may be somewhat misdirected, for we are only pursuing every possible avenue because we must survive. The chief responded to Skadi's perceived hostility with a hearty smile after leaving some fireworks for the night he left. I'm going, can't leave much more from here. You're going somewhere at this hour? Skadi, does this have something to do with the cove? I remember what you said before. We got the village something about how coasts are hardly a good place to live in. Dante wants to know if this is something to do with the cove. Do you understand the no? No. Aiga language? No. Dante, Skadi just spoke in Aiga language. I couldn't understand a word. I couldn't understand a word of Skadi and the chief's conversation because I don't speak Aiga. It may only be that there were enough lexical similarities in one of the citizens and the language Skadi spoke in for them to comprehend the meaning. Weird coincidence. Anyway, I have some things to look into, something you're all too slow to see. You still have to tell us about it later. Please remember you're not on a solo mission, Skadi. This is a team effort from Rhodes Island. Will do. Skadi nodded lightly before leaping off into the night, out of our sight. I'm kinda worried. She's not the best with people, but she also pretty thoughtful. She'll be okay. Should we head inside? The sun's starting to set already. Oh yeah, we can probably just pick an unlit building and stay there the night, right? Trying our best to ignore the mood that was starting to turn awkward, we made our way into a nearby occupied building. My voice, it's dying. Oh, my voice death. Terror. Oh, what can I do? We walked past a few narrow buildings and remnants of narrow buildings before we came across a large enough house, all 15 of us. Okay, now we're ready. We moved the curtains on the windows, removed the smoke as an exit. Well, I thought we're doomed to shut ourselves to sleep with the soaking wet firewood and all. I had no idea that worked. We just had to get a small fire going underneath it until the wood dries up and catches fire, the downside being all the smoke. It's clear that she has some field experience, unlike some folks I know. I shan't sit here and let her carry the burden of labor alone. Cat, I don't see anything with you in front of the screen, sorry. Bequeath upon me thine ingredient, young Rodian, for I shall conjure thee a pot of special fixer soup. You're making soup with cookies and shit. Oh! Holy shit. Don, what the fuck? No. You are not getting anywhere near the kitchen again. Not after what you cooked up last time. Well, I must admit to a certain level of interest. Yes, he's saying I'm also interested, but no. What the fuck? As many of our faces of waked upon suggesting dishes of you making, perhaps it would be wiser that we save the occasion for a safer environment. Why, don't you remember? We agreed to leave cooking to Mara or Otis. Maru or Oti. If we ever in a situation like this, remember? Did we? See, I think it's because we became some sort of unspoken rule after everything that happened. Remember back during last year's cooking contest at K-Cop? There were the only 2 people who managed to get remotely positive reviews. Oh, does that mean we get to try Otis' cooking once again? Denied. We still have plenty of high-calorie food like cookies and jellies here. I find no reason to do something so inefficient. I'm glad to see that everyone's still energetic, given the circumstances it can't be easy to suddenly wake up in an unfamiliar environment. Well, we're quite used to getting thrown into unfamiliar places. Speaking of which, did you manage to reach your colleagues, Amia? She shook her head concerned. They might have lost their comms devices, or maybe they went to some other trouble. Could they be in danger? I don't know, but I'm sure they're okay. The Dr. Keltis, they're both more than capable enough to look after themselves. Long have this curiosity linger within me. Does allow me to inquire. Corporations are, by their nature, organizations in pursuit of profit. Yet the activities of your corporation resemble those of a charity organization as opposed to a pharmaceutical company. Is there out that might explain this blurred distinction? I also wanted to know, how come a pharmaceutical company like Rhodes Island helping people? Something about what Hong Lu said brings back unpleasant memories. The horrible experience seen through the cascade of flowing tears in the face of suffering, the embodiments of greed that left terrible wounds in Hong Lu's fathoms. The pharmaceutical companies I've seen in my journey were corporations that, despite possessing the capacity to heal, choose to observe over the profit it can provide. There are many in Terra who are suffering from a disease. The disease crystallizes you, it spreads deeper and deeper into the infected internal organs, eventually culminating in their death. It's called oripathy. I hope that's right. Amina showed me the back of a white hand dotted with what happened to be obsidian crystallization. Its appearance reminded me of bio-treatments from the backstreets, but there was something more to it, something more restless, more sinister. It's a terrible, painful disease, but there haven't been any recorded cases of full recovery. But there's an even worse problem. Pray tell, what could possibly be worse than an incurable disease, deadly disease? While it varies by region by region, discrimination against the infected is widespread across Terra. Those who suffer from it must face unfair treatment. His saying began with a dark expression. Some are quarantined in a place with terror in inhumane conditions, and there have been massacres too. I don't mean to be callous, but this ought to be highly contagious. No, there have not been any recorded cases of infection by contact, as long as the subjects are alive. But when the infected dies, crystallization grows on their body, decay and turn to dust, scattering, which is what spreads the plague. In barring environments like active battlefields where casualties are to be expected, stating within close proximity of infected daily life seems to pose hardly any risk. So what's the problem then? They are already past the point of caring about what the problem is. Once people start feeling iffy, all logic goes out the window. The Rhodes Island goal has to be, yes, it is important to develop a cure for our therapy, but I think that what really matters is that we change the surface of the better for the infected. That's not going to be an easy endeavor, though. That is what gives you effort more meaning. I hope you can achieve that goal, Amiga. I really do. This city, this world, we both live in worlds full of surprises, don't we? What kind of world did you come from, the city? What kind of place is this city anyways? The kind of place this with too many pointless words. The kind of place where the moment you think isn't this too much, you see something even worse. Try as I might, I couldn't think of a single positive thing about the city. The sinners seem to be in agreement, as most of what came after was quite sketchy. The kind of place where good deeds rarely ever go unpunished. Where sympathy is a good attitude to have if you like getting stabbed in the back. Nothing good ever works out there. It's a shithole. It's an irrational place full of absurdities. Absurdity in an omnipresence. Therefore, it is not a subject by which one should be aggrieved. It's a very human place, I would argue. We can at least round about them, though. I mean, it's the only thing we can do. It would be more correct to experience more and... Hello cat. Unsafe to it instead of... I know you have food. Don't... You did say something like that last time. Just as the mood was starting to turn rather sour, Don Quixote chattered through the awkwardness. Verily, nay, a day by and by villains and their fell deeds. Yet worry thee not, for there were evil wills, so thou fixers of justice too. Don Quixote jumped from his seat and passionately shook her fist, which was followed by a heavy quack and the sound of small points tumbling down. Huh? Don Quixote, watch out. Whoa. Huh? And from behind the wall, she accidentally broke down. It appeared, stepped back at Don Quixote. It appears that she was eating something out of a can while reading a book. How? Stop. First, you can apologize first. Last seemed a tad too high for today. She just broke a wall. What the fuck? Apologies for I hardly expected the wall to come with such ease. Thou heard any injury? To pray. To what? Forget the apologizers one. What happens next? The fixer just was up to do what? No. She's in her element. She's not gonna stop for the night. Has thou come to me here the tales of fixer? I don't know about coming just given how Mr. Quixote was the one who punched the wall down. Oh, is it too late? Is it too late an hour? I don't mind waiting till morning if you want to sleep. Nay, not at all. It is quite early, an hour for tales. In fact, but I see thyself here. She's not gonna stop at all. You fool, calm down. We don't even know what she is. And don't you forget Shadow's fixer tales over there in the corner. Do not disturb our sleep. Thou makes a request most, and these tales deserve to be announced to the world with great gusto from the center. Yeah, that's the best way to hear those kinds of stories. But we should probably introduce ourselves to each other first. Name's Mayo. I am, how should I put this? Did you meet the meet the village chief? What the fuck am I talking about? I'm misreading. Where did I get evil from? It was my stupidity just read a word that doesn't exist. Good existence of myself again. Did you meet the village chief? Early during the day, he's my Oh, that nice guy. So he had a granddaughter? I have not seen you once, Miss Mayer. Under the sun. Oh my, you're right. I thought the village was completely dry of any young blood. Like Vodia said, while we didn't see Mayor out there, there weren't anyone else in the village we could comfortably call young. You're telling me Gramps was worrying over nothing and told me to stay put inside? Going on and on about the dangers that the outsiders pose and everything? It seems that they not give full faith to our savior. They are things you cannot share even with whom you trust with your life, though I would like to know why. My, so there are a bunch of other kids who are stuck indoors in this village? No? There isn't anyone around my age in this village at all. If that's the case, I guess I can understand why he'd be overprotective. Anyways, it's our turn. We are... Oh, I'm good. I heard enough to get an idea. You did? You did? Huh? Pray, how did thou hear us via a listening device most secret upon our chamber? Most stepped aside of the wall. The part of it was still standing anyway. It's my irony. Bad soundproofing. It could hear pretty much everything Don Quixote, right? Everything Don Quixote sang during the day. Barely, I see. I think you could really do with some sense of embarrassment for once. I guess that's good enough for self-introducing, so... Cat, we get me with the tales of fixers who bring justice to the evils of the city? Then this shall do. I shall regale thee with the tales in which the legendary fixer, the magnificent here, the wet mist. I suppose that killed any hope of a good night's skip. But don't you usually pass out within a minute of your back hitting the hay, no matter how noisy things are? What do you take me for? Some kind of hibernating bear or something? Look, even I have trouble sleeping. There's noise all over. And he's sleeping. So I say bear in hibernation is pretty adept description. Why is Heathcliff always the bear? For all that grumbling, moaning, he dozed off before any of us did. Aside from Heathcliff, who began snoring the moment his head touched the grass, some other sinners were fast asleep as well. Marisol had entered sleep in his usual steadfast adherence to the routine, while Faust laid claim to one of the few available cloth sheets as soon as the close of business for the day was confirmed. The sinners who had spent the entire last night searching for in this unfamiliar land slowly began to fall asleep as well. Meanwhile, the fix of the Zweisach in the first section, though the night was no longer young, Don Quixote was still sharing the tales of adventures without even a single sign of fatigue. And she's not gonna stop the whole night. She's not determined to do this until sunrise, is she? She is. Trust me, Dante. Oh, I guess it's okay, since Hiss seems to be having fun. As I continue to watch the pair with some mild concern, we are not yet asleep, approached me. The city Miss Don Quixote speaks of seems to be teeming with fixers of justice and exhilarating tales of adventure. Did you actually experience all of them yourself? No, of course not. Don Quixote's stories are usually those of other famous people, but she's telling it in such vigor that it almost sounds like she was there herself. Well, I guess if you really want to get into it, some of them might be tellings of Don Quixote's personal experiences. Ishmael replied uncertain, thinking back to the place we were made to watch back in La Mancha land. Well, I think all of the story, even though they're only partially true, just go to show what a ridiculous place it can be. We wouldn't be fixers of justice to begin with if we really lived in a just world. Right? A really good place to live would be quiet and peaceful without someone having to force it. That's true. I hope there comes a day when Rhodes Island can be normal pharmaceuticals in the future. Something's wrong? No, I just thought Miss Myers and I made eye contact. Did she overhear our conversation? I looked to her direction as well, but all I saw was Myers excitedly reaching to Don Quixote's tails. Reacting to the... Whoa, what happened then? Just speak, Lady Otis, boldly before the soldiers who stood in our path. Thou promised to stand in our path, servants of a master most unworthy. I, Otis, shall educate you on how manners... Don Quixote was retelling the stories of Limbus country's adventures and Otis, who could no longer stand Don Quixote's unintentional iterations of the story, jumped to her feet and shouted, "Damn it, what kind of nonsense are you feeding her? I never said anything like that." Verily, certain aspect of this retelling may have been exaggerated. Tales of adventure for you. Things are bound to get a bit dry when a story is told with direct descendant as it is, right? And no, nothing, not even anything resembling a proper record of a book remained once the profound silence swept through the village. So I always had a carving for these kinds of stories, but Liberia doesn't stop librarians from immigrating contrary to their tight immigration control. Have you ever thought about leaving this place? It's still a challenge to cross the border, especially since we're going to have to pass through large cities that are managed by the Inquisition. You don't seem completely fond of Inquisitions. Why is that? Of this Inquisition? That's because this village was formed by people who grew tired of living under the Inquisition's rule and felt that. Sorry, but what kind of organization is this Inquisition? I'm also curious about that one. Sinclair asked, facing turning good upon hearing the word Inquisition and that people fled from it. Yeah, the Nagel and Hammer we saw back at Claw aren't the kind of memories that are so easily forgotten. According to Dr. Catus, Inquisition is what fired the power vacuum once the Libera fell into chaos. That its inquisitors are the rapier and lamp-wielding protectors of the Liberian cities from lawlessness. That also kind of makes them sound like good people, though. Yeah, they are, but they're the Church of the. There's the Church of the Deep. The Inquisition will go to whatever lengths to deal with incidents related to the Church that worships Seaborn. Fire an organization that worships those monsters? It seems that cultist fanaticism is a plague wherever we go. I feel like people with all kinds of wrong faiths and beliefs are so common. See, the Seaborn are the ones that messed Libera up, so following their logic, apparently it's okay for them to arrest anyone who seems even remotely connected to them. I'm saying that Libera is like this because of the Seaborns? Those things from earlier, I guess they were kind of troublesome to deal with, but they didn't seem that strong. Anyways, it's just what I heard from Grams, but the Inquisition executed many innocent people in their crusade against the Church of the Deep. Obviously. For those who proclaim to be on the side of justice, they seem quite fond of committing such villainy. It seems like a reasonable policy, this decision to me, but it must pose a clear danger to the daily lives of civilians. I heard I was the only survivor. Everyone in my family died. We must have to endure such a long period of pain. To be able to say something like this without such composure. With that composure. For Larry, there are heroes who will bring the land back to its glory days, but to Grams they were just oppressors making his life difficult. Where is it? Back there. That's why we all come here, fleeing from the Inquisition's gaze. Yet, wherefore hast thou decided to settle at a place that is so, one down? Indeed! Yeah, I know, but it's not so bad. Once you get used to it, besides we managed to find a new path thanks to you guys. A new path? Well, it's getting late. Will you be repairing the ship tomorrow too? This place really has no soundproofing at all, huh? Good talk, everyone. Hope we get another chance to do this tomorrow too. After seeing Mayos to her own room, the other sinners, those who were still up anyway, and I laid ourselves on the hard stone floor with only a thin layer of cloth between it and our bags. A mysterious world that is neither the city nor the outskirts, but it seems that the lives its people lead were just as difficult as they were anywhere else. And my hand is asleep. Fuck. I fucking hate when and now my other hand is asleep too. Great. Ooh, 2 enemies. Clear within 15 turns? Oh, I don't like that one. And an entire team. You all have to switch. No. There we go.
자,
No.
해골바가지랑 거미 대가리
Poise.
후드려 패러 간다.
You are poised. So. You are poised, but not a very good poise. Honestly, I like you more. You fit better in the team. Which one am I taking? That was the wrong. I think I should take you then. What else do I need? It's quite obviously you. I do want all the ego ones. You two, you and Ishmael, but Ishmael doesn't have the ego yet. You can change too. Oh, you're only leveled 1. I'm missing someone. I'm missing you. Do you have poise? Technically you, I guess. Is that everyone? Yes. Now
지휘를 받는 게
이번 의뢰는 몇 발이나 들고 가야 하냐?
어디서 뱀 기어가는 소리들.
화점에
출정이 분
피가 범람할 시간이요.
고리를 향해. 자, 잠깐. 각정 주의.
일인가요?
Should be good enough.
어머, 부탁드려요.
Think, I hope. It's so big. Amazing, I didn't know there were remaining vessels of this class in Liberia. Aha! I aspire had named this cult by the name Rebellion de las Masas. Masas? Masas. Rebellion de las Masas, Revolution of the Masses. It is a name very much mired in peculiarity indeed. Hung Lu chimed in that he was rather fond of it, with its size being about the same as the boat from his home, while Ishmael quickly jumped in to correct us that its size alone wasn't anything special at the Great Lake, but it was still pretty big compared to Matthew or the Indigo Elder's gift. I thought it was going to be somewhere around Matthew's size at most. Are you sure you can get the ship fixed in a day or two? As I briefed you yesterday, the great majority of the time-consuming repairs had already been completed by the villagers. The extent of our repair efforts only concerns a few components within the vessel that the villagers could not repair, which couldn't take as much time, unless parts that are unfamiliar to Faust are also malfunctioning, such as the core engine. Remaining repairs should be sufficiently managed by Faust. Despite Otis' confidence declaring it could not be helped, but feel oddly unsettled as I looked at the ship. I don't know why, but something tells me that we don't want to linger here too long. Still, please be thorough about this, just in case. I'd rather not sit on a sinking ship again. The experience at the Great Lake was enough. Don't worry, Dante. Unlike Mephistopheles, most functions of this vessel, buoyancy gear, propellers, steering gear, are all in operation capacity. This repair should be more easy than the case with Mephistopheles. They seem confident enough it should be safe this time around, right? Are we taking that rope to climb up to the ship? Nope, there's a lift-like apparatus down here. It should take us up to the ship. Its stability was verified yesterday. Let us board the lift. You are 100% certain, right? The boat is floating right now, Dante. I don't think it will be sinking anytime soon. Wouldn't that be nice? Oh yeah, are you two just going to faff about down here? We're heading up now. No, we're going with you. As I made my way into the vessel's bridge. Oh, that looks nice. I was greeted by the interior that was as gaudy as its exterior. This isn't real gold, is it? Sure, it's shiny as heck in here. I've got butterflies on my stomach. And you went to first? yes. Aesthetically satisfying, she says. But too Austin is not quite my style. Our young Matthew is also quite an excellent vessel, yet imagine the adventures we could embark on about this vessel, most lavishly decorated. As Faust and Otis were working on one of the control panels, Ishmael walked up to another and interfered with it before giving it knowing nods. This must be an investigation or research vessel of sorts, but it does seem a bit extravagant for one of those, though. Look, coordinates updating in real time, it seems. The coordinate seems to have been set to somewhere out in the middle of the ocean. Maybe it points to a small islet? No? No islet there? No. Blimey, lad! You know how to sneak up on people. Yes? What, did I actually surprise you? I did ask if you guys were gonna fix the boat today. still didn't know you'd be here. Why are the coordinates set to this location? There are several undersea cities beneath those coordinates, collectively known as Eager. Graham's home? I see, I understand. What was understood, if I may ask? It is now understood why the promise to repair the ship was sufficient to earn the trust and the title of savior. What she's on about? Someone getting translating, consultating and cross-referencing the observed peculiarities of the village and the statements of the villager chief alongside information gathered from the exchange with Mayor. It is possible to gain the significance this ship will bear to the local population. Of course, while this may constitute as a sequence of logical connections that pose a certain chance for Heathcliff to comprehend, to employ any degree of effort to attempt to explain it in more digestible language would constitute a pursuit of inefficiency. Lower the baton, implore you. I shall explain it in full. I was wondering when Miss Smartest would start gabbling like that again, so what's she on about? Heathcliff shuddered where we lay. It didn't seem like he was actually going to swing the bat. He placed it lightly over his shoulder with a sigh. A brief observation of the village seems to suggest their substance situation was quite dire. Much of their daily substance considered of dried food, most of them made for long-term storage purpose. Considered what Scully was about, how the constant areas are full of danger. Maybe those dried seafoods aren't from around here either. Maybe it's food they packed when they first came to Farmer. Some villagers were armed, yeah, and those sea towers weren't exactly that formidable, but given the state the villagers are in doubt, they have an easy time repelling those monsters. And I need to drink again, hydration is important. Indeed, and this brings us to the question of this substance. Right, I get what's going on here. Then the lass and her granddad are about to visit their hometown and they're trying to get some food, supplies from there to feed the villagers, and to convince them, they're planning to use the fact they're from the same neck or the woods or sea, I guess. Also, we're not just repairing the ship, we're repairing the food supply plan too. What's wrong? It's while the expression were rather crude, Heathcliff's summary of the sin was clear, to the point, and easily understood. The sinners stared at him with mild surprise, and I did too. What? What's with the annoying looks? Wait, you saw it. You don't think I'm that dim-witted, do you? Top-notch intuition? It's just that it's been a while since you've shown this side of yourself. Thinking back, Heathcliff's intuition was always been excellent, and he often put together surprisingly accurate conclusions with impressive speed. You know, when you really think about it, it's kind of your fault for I've been too soft on you lately, haven't I? Oi, get back here! Now with those words out of the conversation, was he correct? Otis looks away from the usual case and asks Myers. Honestly, I'm surprised he was on point. Yeah, food's been running low in the village, and this way we won't last another year. But the Igia will, I'm sure they welcome us with open arms. I don't want to come off like I'm overly worried, but do you think they welcome the others too? Unlike mayors or chief, they're not eager. I believe they will. Iberia suspects and hates the Eager for no other reason that we are from the sea, but our home cannot have fallen so low to abandon a group of starving land dwellers. Pretty might thou explain to us who the Eager are? I had initially thought it to be a reference to religion, yet It also seems to refer to an affiliation of sorts. Maybe there's something like nest dwellers, though I don't think I heard of nesters except backstreet people with open arms. Or maybe there used to be some witch folk? If they call themselves Nestor Eager here, then those that make the rabbit ear less eager too? Make the what? Wait, the word it came from, do they not distinguish between races? That is not entirely true. The limitation between races is a concept that does exist, though I only saw them in the Fathoms. There were those terrifying things called the cuckoo spawns. However, as a general rule, it can be said that humans are, excuse me, humans should be the only intelligent life form in the city. Huh. The people of Terra have slightly varying appearance depending on their race, like my cat's ear. So in the city we only hate things that are not human. Okay, good. I guess. Unless you're from NCOP, then you're... Unless you're an NCOP fanatic, then you hate everyone with prosthetics, I guess. And you get pointed ears because I'm an eager. Though it's not a characteristic every ear shares. And I wonder if there's an opposite to NCOP where they just hate everyone that has no prosthetics. The closest idea to what they are discussing appears to be Don Quixote seemed to be struggling to finish her sentence. Marisol stepped in to continue. By context clues and the manner of word usage, including the means of classification, the closest example in our world would be blood fiends, similar external appearances to humans, different natures, comparable sapiens. This of my belief that blood fiends are ostracized due to their nature that makes coexistence with humans different. It may be the eager are also. I'm sure some of them do possess qualities that make coexistence with others difficult, but they're probably rare. Then wherefore are they made subject to suspicion and hatred? That's... well... the language is new, but the idea itself is pretty familiar to the city folks like us. Think of feathers of fallen wings, kids born in back streets, people who replace their body parts with prosthetics. The form differs, yet in the essence we find the thread. Humans hating each other. Something about how we keep finding these similarities in the ways of our lives, despite finding ourselves in distant worlds with different rules, races and humans. Felt oddly discomforting. The point is you guys are doing the real solid by fixing up the ship. Let's move on from these gloomy conversations, okay? I wanna show you the cooler parts of the ship this way. The ship too may have to wait. The repairs are almost complete, but an issue has arisen. Issue? Wow, that's not reassuring at all. Multiple life forms identified ahead assumed to be Sea Tower Horde. The ship's radar system seems to suggest that the vessel is surrounded. They're the same monsters from yesterday? Executive Commander, please order us to prepare for battle. Damn it. Are they the Sea Tower you encountered? They look a bit different, but yeah, probably. There's a lot of them, but if our last experience tells anything, we should be able to handle this. Please support us in battle like you did yesterday. Can't I fight, young man? I feel like I'm just gonna get in your way. Then, guys, find a place to keep as far as possible from the battle. Then let's hurry down there. We don't want them to damaging the ship any further. Huh? More Seaborn. Or Sea Tower. Or okay, you three are the same. What are you thinking? Thinking. Inflict more thinking. Are you just thinking? So, Greiger, what do you want? Oh yeah, 111. I think I'm getting one of everything. Wait, what is this? Wave. Do I have a wave? Yes. This? What is this? Wave. This? That should be everything for Gregor. Thank you, mouse.
좋아.
Cat leg down finally. Took long enough. I like my cat, but he can sometimes be quite annoying. The only thing I wake up to every day is a cat sleeping right next to me. And I'm allergic to a cat. But like, it's not like I could throw her out. I would never do that. This cat is way too cute.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
승객이 딱콩 한 방 먹였어.
지하 확보. 쏜다.
눈부시지 않다.
Our farm. Thank you, Gregor.
아름다운 것.
Good job.
그렇지 않아.
방금의
Yeah. Not possible.
그거 자체였다.
Actually want to talk about the
우와, 가름도 깜짝.
talking hard. Especially for me, I guess. I'm very excited for the Digimon game that comes out, I think next week? And I'm going to play it actually.
한 시간.
It's so bad at talking, I hate it. Why am I
운전만
bad at
노린다.
this? I'm bumbling under my own existence.
깔끔한 헤드샷.
Calm down.
뭘 재밌겠는지 아는
calm.
것부터가 시작이 됐어.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
So, Gregor, how are you doing with your ego? You should have 10 stacks more, right? If I didn't agree. Gregor should have 10, taking 11 stacks after this turn.
우와,
It's 21.
가름도
또
깜짝.
아리를 튼 뱀
Yes?
근처엔 오지
That is-
말랬잖아.
Does it say how much he gets after getting hit? Or does it just say he gets after getting hit? Gain 1 for every 3 HP damage. Okay, it does say it. Heathcliff, how much ammunition? Okay, you're leaving this round. Anyone else? How many are left? Not that many.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
But that's okay. Heathcliff leaves now.
기세가 반격의 기회다.
Think it is.
흐트러지게.
문자
There he
빠진다.
goes,
Wow.
and
가름도 깜짝.
how many do
아리를
you
튼
have?
뱀 근처엔
Enemies on.
오지 말랬잖아.
I'm gonna let them survive one more turn. Okay. They need something. You need a web. I can do that. There, one web.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
본인의 승리.
One lives.
놈의 죽음으로 끝내기엔 죄가 너무 크고. 저기 벌벌 떨고 있는 나머진
That
녀석들을
is. I
처형한다.
don't think the enemy is gonna survive the high ego. That seems quite unlikely. So strong if he just now also gets
이
protection.
검은 이빨이지.
Just two. Mission accomplished. I really like custom finishing screens. I don't know why, they just make me happy.
그 정도 화력으로 우리
And
사무소를
more of
막을 수
the
있을 줄 알았냐?
Stuff.
저놈들 무기까지 주어서 철수하자고.
Now I have 308. Clear within 15 turns.
검 끝에
More fight.
바라본다.
So what kind of stuff I can? Ooh, new one.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼
What the
때마다
fuck
기가
do you?
막히는군. 우리 중기가
More.
엄지처럼 엄격한
50% to convert coins to
엄지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸
unbreakable.
요구하는 것도 아닌데 말이지.
When in standby state, does not attack skill units. does not use attack skills. Unit until taking damage. When in standby state, this unit does not use attack skills until this unit takes damage. When this unit takes damage while in standby, enter combat ready state. Oh, okay, after taking damage, this unit has begun to use its attacks. It turns that to all enemies. Oh god. Turns that in combat ready state. Okay, you're not doing anything until you get attacked. I don't think I can really stop you right now. And interesting. Sadly, this is not a targeted battle, so I can't really do anything with it. Surely we're still gonna target battle where this will have a use. That's enough for now.
대성공이야. 다른 신나. 노래 부를까?
I'm actually quite happy now because now I know how much money I have. I don't have much money, but now I know after having done the pulse, I have enough money to get multiple things I wanted. Like, for once the Digimon game and Filter. They haven't played and or spoiled me before. Because I am quite reluctant to spoil me for things. Pretty much never spoil me. I'm excited for a game. I must say the worst case of not spoiling oneself is Monster Hunter.
방금 건 아무 쓸모도 없었어.
Not easy.
바보.
There's always and holy shit, the things I hate the most are anyone noticed. It is goddamn every boss fight compilation where they just have every fucking boss on their thumbnail. I hate those. I genuinely hate the existence of those. I don't know if anyone else hates this, but I genuinely hate it. I don't want to spoil myself for that. And then here's something like that. That's just everything. Then what can you do? Well, I guess stay away from the internet. That's not really an option for me because of my whole no concentration and
하름도 깜짝.
zero. What was it again? 5.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
ADHD. Can't focus for long. And I can kind of focus, but I also don't focus with ADHD medicine, so would guess it's because of that. Normally my focus is quite bad.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것 같아서 시작됐어.
방금의 공
Like really bad.
그 자체였다.
I
빠진다.
am in fact not the best in the whole being human
하름도
thing.
깜짝.
That's like my biggest weakness. I'm not very good at being human. I often don't understand humans actually. There's so many complicated rules.
깔끔하게 물었군.
That's just rugged. I don't know how to understand humans. I'm not good at being human. The remaining entities have all returned to sea. Is everyone okay? It was just like our last skirmish. Sea terrors that had surrounded the ship returned to sea even before the battles came to an end. And their retreat felt too orderly and deliberate to just running away. It's almost like they're making a tactical retreat. We're doing peachy, but what about the ship? Is the ship okay? Minor damages to the hull, but nothing that will impede the ship's operational capabilities. Phew. So, noticing during the battle, I might be wrong of course, but noticing how around the end of the battle those monsters were starting to go after the manager? You're probably right, actually. I noticed too, and at some point during our battle, those monsters realized that it's the managers who's commanding the rest of us. I sensed the very same. Their movement were fluid and adaptive, as though they were learning our behavior. Okay, they're a lot more dangerous than I thought. Why does the Church of the Deep worship monsters like that? That ain't much of a question, in it. They must have gone all mental. I'm sure they have many reasons, but Seaborn are beings of infinite potential, so much so that there's no superlative big enough to properly convey the scale. As organisms, they can endlessly evolve and adapt. Every time they encounter a new environment or a new element, they transform themselves as others and other Seaborn. Maybe that's their draw. That's fascinating. Maybe an attitude most befitting a researcher, yet the transformation of fascination to idolatry is, if I may be frank, not entirely positive. I find them pretty uncomfortable. They just remind me of whales. Then can they adapt to learn a language to communicate with us? What? Going by everything we heard, I think they sound really smart. He's not wrong. Maya's eyes went round at Hong Lu's suggestion. She brought her hand to her mouth, surprised. It sure was something. I hear that there was Seaborns who could talk. If non-humans speak the language of humans, regardless of its testament of their intelligence, I can only think of two possibilities as to why they would. One to communicate with humans, the other to deceive humans. More often than not, it's the latter. What about distortions? Some of them already know how to speak. Distortions are phenomena in which humans transform to monstrous forms. First observed after the White Knights and Dark Days incident. Therefore, the example is irrelevant to Otis' suspicion. White Knights and Dark Days? She whispered quietly, but as we were standing rather close to her, we all caught on the hint of joy in her voice. The pillar in the city, did it really? How have you come across this knowledge, Miss Naya? Oh, that's... Ain't it obvious we got the culprit right here? The storyteller who's been gabbing on with no end. Yeah, she's been talking non-stop all morning about all kinds of story, hasn't she? Yet I have not gotten that far. You again. You didn't get so lost in your stories that you blabbered all about our company's secrets, huh? Nay, Phi, I would simply not. As Don Quixote was subject to yet another round of scolding, I may have stared out towards the sea, where the sea towers might start crawling to the surface once again, therefore towards us. But how does she know? What the fuck? I wonder which of the two the Seaborns are. The sense of self is really, really faint, so I don't think they're in either category. I think the possibility that they learned human language out of instinct, that the power of speech might help them survive. It appears that you, Miss Mayers, are quite the expert on the subject of Seaborns. Your knowledge of them goes beyond what fear for one's survival may yield, thereby suggesting a different means of acquisition. Do you by any chance worship the Seaborn? I don't worship Seaborns. Seaborns don't have any hopes or wishes, just desire for survival. Miss Meyer, does that mean Seaborns were somehow able to hope? Maybe so. Is that so? The repairs are complete. Are we conversing? Faust descend from the ship with a net. As we were conversing, Faust descended with a neatly organized set of tools. Borrowed from the village. Repairs complete. I'm guessing repairs are done. Yes, the ship is ready to set sail. Did you have a departure time and date in mind? I would prefer if we could depart as soon as possible. We don't have set time or anything, but I think we should be able to set sail late afternoon at the earliest. That soon? As you see, we don't have a lot to bring with us. By the way, how far out to the sea do you guys need to go? We need to find this dimensional door of sorts. I could see the dimensional door light from the beach at night. It was faint, but given how the light's strong enough to break through the sea fog, we should be able to determine the situation somewhere around the coastal waters. So we can go back in tonight. The first order of business is to relay this news to the villagers. Yeah, back to the village for now. I'm guessing more reading?
그 정도 화력으로 우리 사무소를 막을 수 있을 줄 알았냐? 저놈들 무기까지 줘서 철수하자고.
Halfway to Ishmael. There's something going on in the village. Yeah, I heard it too. I'm hearing people shouting and hollering. When we returned to the village, ship repairs complete, we were welcomed by a rather hostile standoff. A quick count told me there were only 20 people assembled at the village square. Considering its population, that was pretty much the whole village. Who was that over there? Inquisitor. I think we've been found. The Inquisitor, dressed in a well-kept uniform, was about the same height as Don Quixote. The sword and the lamp hanging from her waist sits in stark contrast with the more run-down, ramshackle village. She almost looked like a fixer from the city. So the Inquisitors have discovered our village. Did you really think you could forever stay out of the Inquisitor's gaze, citizen? That's a naive dream. Fabius disappeared from the Inquisition mid-interrogation under charges of suspicion of membership with the Church of the Deep. Last known location, Salt fled. The other Inquisition have informed me that you have been identified next to pirates in its fringes. From a criminal to an outlaw, what a dramatic evolution of your career. But in the end, here, now, every citizen here, including you, will be accompanying me to the Inquisition. They have never broken a single law, nor are they outlaws of any kind. They are not like me. They've disregarded the Inquisition's authority, evaded the gaze of Liberia, and found the southern coast to lurk in. Tell me I'm not supposed to find it suspicious. What are you talking about? You can't just start arresting people left and right with a potential suspicion like that. You shouldn't. We only wish to live a quiet life, ma'am. Is that so? Then you might find yourself returning to this village one day as long as you're telling the truth, which is not an option for you, Fabius. Mayor, was Chief really a pirate? Well, yeah, but as far as I know, he's been out of the game for a while, and even when he ran with the pirates, all he ever did was share fine beast jerky to villagers and carry agreements between them. Even if you're telling the truth, Mayors, I doubt the Inquisition will be lenient. Well, what now? I have but one question to ask. That Inquisitor, is she following the proper legal procedures? I don't know much about the laws of Liberia, but Dr. Catus told us that the words of Inquisitor were pretty much the law here. It is likely that she is following the proper legal procedure. The procedure precisely what the villagers have fled from, after all. Then it is decided. Otis quietly dragged me out to twisted outside Mayor's earshot. The sinners who were right next to me seem to have picked it up though. Manager, we best immediately return to the ship, take command of it, and sail on. Otis, what the fuck? I don't think Don Quixote will be okay with this, Otis. What are you seriously suggesting that we just let him arrest the villagers? Didn't you hear what the Inquisitor said? It seems quite cut and dry to me. It is just standard procedure with no local laws broken. We are in no place to involve ourselves. Our best hope is to take the ship before they impound that Jew. We can't do that, even if it's standard procedure, even if they were working with the law. It's not you, State. It's not. You stayed up to hear Mayor's story too, didn't you? You know the incoming Inquisitors when working with the law too. When they came to the village, that was standard procedure too. Yes, it was. Yeah. If anyone had stepped in then. I know what you went through, but I still rather not take a risk in an unfamiliar environment like this. I will try my best to figure out who to sail that ship. If I cannot, then I have faith in Ishmael to quickly learn this contraption. I can't say you're wrong, but I don't know. Neither you nor I know anything about the ocean currents here. Otis. Hello, cat. We can get the ship going, but I can't guarantee that we reach the dimensional door without any trouble. Do you know anything about the sea current in this region? Not much, but I know the coast of the sea somewhat. And you can't fight the Inquisition directly here, and fleeing with the ship might be the better option. What would we do then? Yeah, I guess it's kinda awkward for us just to take the ship and go, huh? How about we try to talk to the Inquisitor then? I think we should at least try to hear them out first. Them being the Inquisitor and the Chief both. If the discussion goes well, we might even be able to get the Inquisitions with support. Like Mr. Hong Lu said, we should hear them out first. Even try to convince them. I agree with them both. First, let's at least see what Inquisitors has to say. Rabbit's right, she says. Are you certain that translation was accurate, Sinclair? Right, there's no way we should choose anything other than violence, right? Idiots, it's because the other options are pointless. Inquisitors seen as, well, already under suspicion. She will doubtly try to stop us if we flee now. So talk first, lower her guard, then attack. Pretty sure that's not what was meant. Well, she's already onto us, then we should give her any excuse to attack us by running away. I was wondering what you were doing here, lurking in the background. A clock shake here. Are you from the Colombian Union? They're wearing a clock hat due to reasons, but they have nothing to do with the Colombian Union. What's the Colombian Union? Take the what? Which language are they speaking? Regardless of whether you're from Colombia or not, you're clearly not from Liberia, let alone this village. You're not wrong, but I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding. I'm quite certain you don't know enough about these villagers to stand between them and an Inquisitor. How long have you been staying here? 2 days? Buddy, don't just tell her that. 2 days? Alright, enough of this. Get out of my way, outsider. The attempt appears to have been maybe on quite unstable ground. Please lend us your ear for a minute, Inquisitor. I'm Amia, leader of the Rhodes Island. Yes, I'm aware of Liberia's closed border situation. I hope swelling within me as Amia began with confidence. Unlike Sinclair, alas, it was short-lived. Thanks to the Inquisitor's quiet retort, I couldn't help but place my palm against my forehead. The exchange that followed. Oh, so not only are we dealing with outsiders for this own, we have illegal entry as well. We had to, because the issue demanded urgency, and we've been briefed. Brensley crossed the border, didn't you? I didn't know how urgent that issue could be, but I doubt it's anything more significant than the situation at hand for Liberia and its Inquisition. The High Inquisitor is hardly the Rhodes Island issue. Stay put and wait the consequences while he and that chatty mad doctor of yours talk it out. Do know that your treatment may depend on her negotiation skill. As for the village chief, I understand that you have the right to arrest him, as he is a fugitive who has fled in the middle of an interrogation, and has been sailing with the pirates. However, it is an inhumane treatment to arrest the rest of the villagers as well. inhumane, this decision is well within the rights bestowed upon the Inquisition. They lived for years right next to that highly suspicious Aegir. The Inquisition must investigate the rest of them as well to verify whether they have committed any acts of treason against our laws. This isn't going anywhere, is it? Listen, they've been surviving for years upon years by the coast without the protection of the Inquisition, and that simply cannot make sense. I think you've heard enough. We've heard enough for you. Ain't it funny how you're blaming them for what is essentially a failure of your responsibilities? And now you rolled up in here only to go, they shouldn't be alive, I'm arresting them. What are you saying? These people should all be dead or something? There's no way to cut it. People simply shouldn't be able to survive in a place like this. Not for long. The Inquisitor reply only seemed to fan his wrath as he lifted his bat and began striding forward. Huh, that's it. Last, if you ever so much as to touch the tip of a single villager's hair, please calm yourself, Heathcliff. But Hanu stepped in between. Get your bloody hands off me, I've had enough of her. Continuing to threaten her will cause something irrevocably bad to happen. I believe you know that, Heathcliff. You're safe, Heathcliff. What do you suggest then? We're clearly not making any progress by trying to talk this out. Excuse me, Miss Inquisitor. What do you mean that happened? What do you mean that people should be able to survive in a place like this? I mean it literally. Even by some miracle that they actually do survive, they should at least be suffering from endless hunger, struggling to their wits and end in the inevitability of the calamity. But they look too healthy. They shouldn't. Then shouldn't you be appalling them for managing to survive through so much hardship? I'm an Inquisitor. I'm not some crazy person on a power high who goes around according and arresting civilians of Liberia straight to the gallows, okay? I have more than enough for your purring cat, very cute, taking them in for interrogation. It's just that I don't have the time or the energy to explain every single one of them to your outsiders. I promise them a fair judgment with every way that may be after a proper investigation. So stop this obstruction of justice. The Inquisitor branded her up here threateningly, her voice shaking with frustration. Dante? Without the full picture of the circumstances, Faust advises against further organization of a local political authority. I agree with Faust. I get the feeling that she isn't the kind of heartless Inquisitor that goes around indiscriminately executing innocents, like Miss Mayers told us about earlier. I don't think she's anything like the Inquisitors of N-Corp we saw back at the Claw. What was the name of the village again? Damn! At Claw. They were right, we didn't have the full picture of the circumstances getting in the way of an Inquisitor who was clearly a rather significant political entity in the area. Was most likely a bad idea. It isn't the Inquisitor's job to answer your question. Continue to obstruct me then. As the center shows no signs of ending. Miss Mayer, I can answer your question, so for now let's do as the Inquisitor said. Mayer, who has been hiding behind us ever since we returned to suddenly stepped forward. Yet, what of thy grandfather and thy village? It's alright, I'm sure this happens only because the Inquisitor doesn't know. What do you mean, you answered the question? About the profound silence. Mayer's repentance to Otis was but a single concept. I didn't quite grasp its significance, but seemed to surprise the Inquisitor. That's what I call the calamity that destroyed Liberia. What? What happened? Spinning clock. Oh no. Clear stage. That's a good sign.
동부싱크 3과 돈키호테.
That's a boss fight sign. You. Decades ago, a great wave raged through Liberia. It wasn't long before the seaborns carried by the waves diminished Liberia's brilliant civilization to this. The waves, the profound science then must have reduced the village to its current state as well. Okay. If there any reason it's called the profound silence, it doesn't seem to be the most appropriate moniker for a calamity like this. It's because the sea went dead silent before the waves came. The silence then claimed ships out at sea, then the cities of Liberia, then the Liberians. No one could say a word face of the ineffable calamity. What? Just what are you? No average Liberian citizen should be privy to any of the information you're sharing. And the Church of the Deep is really capitalizing on the pandemonium that followed the profound silence. They pretend to be a gear from the sea, delude the citizens of Liberia and are showing chaos in the land. So that's why they're arresting the Aegir, left and right, and I can't see the thought process, but So it's understandable why the Inquisitor would want to arrest us. Dante? This isn't good. Sharing that seems to have been some kind of a taboo-like thing for the Inquisition. The Inquisitor wordlessly stared at Mayos. Her eyes were filled with traces of anger and confusion, but she's afraid. There was fear in the face of a threat. No, the fear of the terror. Not the fear of the terrified. No, it's the fear of someone who's suddenly confronted with something they must destroy. The Inquisitor once told me that should I come across an Aegir who knows too much, there's a sliver of a chance that they may be of assistance to Liberia. Cease, thou threaten the innocent by thy brandishing of the firearm, but most are seduced by the allure of the sea. Thus, they are, with little doubt, our foes. I've got a bad feeling about this. Get out of my way, outsider. Final warning. 1. Quick on the uptake as always. Warrior select Maya over her shoulder and went past the villagers. Why the sinners get an auto reaction to distract the Inquisitor. The Inquisitor was a firearm. And in the midst of all the action, Don Quixote rushed towards the outer moral station. Don Quixote! Thou shalt go no further. I, a fix of justice, shan't abide by as thou persecutes them. For it's this a better delay, not avoided. This clash is inevitable. In that moment of crisis, seconds before this could inevitably make us a new enemy. Mother? What? Ah, monster? Why is it written like that? Monster? Yeah. I think that's its name. Haven't played. A large obsidian crystallization in the shape of a monster burst between the two of them. Who is it this time? That's enough. Me is bickering. Dr. Keltis. Do you know her? Yes, she's Dr. Keltis. Rhodes Island Medical Department. Ah, Dr. Keltis behind you. Good. Shoot first, talk later, is it? Then negotiations are over. From this moment onward, Rhodes Island is now operating with a legal capacity on Liberian territory under the Inquisition's authorization. Then, Inquisitor fired a blast of the firearm-looking weapon, but the monster summoned by Keltis managed to deflect it, and the cannonball thrown from the weapon punctured clean through the wall of the building we stayed the night in, before puncturing through several other buildings behind it. There was enough to instantly freeze the sinners and the villagers on the spot. That penetrated a building. Through the walls may be weaker than the head's standard for what counts as a building's exterior wall. To puncture through so many is what a precise point it is. Right? Now's not the time to stand around and press. it is a violation of taboo to have that much penetrative power in a firearm. We're not in the city, don't lose your head over this. Taboos don't apply here. My head knows that to be true, yet my heart finds it difficult to be still. That is enough of that discussion for now. It is advised that we carefully observe and grasp the situation at hand instead of deliberating on a taboo, the restriction of which does not reach this far. Yeah, so the situation's gotten slightly better, right? If she's Emily's friend, she's our ally. Besides, she's got some super powerful looking prosthetic gear looking thing too. Is that what you think? I apologize for the disappointment, but I'm not on anyone's side. In other words, your particular demonstration ally might not be entirely correct. However, I must define my allegiance. Then let me inform you that the closest label would be that I am an Inquisitor Irena's ally. Dr. Catus. Emilia, outsider? As much as you would like to deny it, the Inquisitor's suspicions are true. While it can be said the process by which she reached that conclusion was unfair, the conclusion itself is without a doubt correct. So they're actually connected to the Church of the Deep? That is one way to put it. To be more precise, they aren't connected to the Church of the Deep, they are the Church of the Deep. Perhaps the village itself is a deployed church of their congregation. Our village or church? Just looking at our building, where would we even congregate? You thought so? There are not many resources by which we may analyze the decision. However, the fact that Amelia's colleagues has made the same argument as the Inquisitor brings the accused defense into question. Yet I can hardly believe that young Mayors is lying to us. Hold on. You've been chatty plenty with that Inquisition, or however, how do we know we aren't aligned with them the whole time? I say you really are. All entirely in the dark, an expected outcome, given that all of you may be from a place far beyond this dimensional door. As fortune would have it, there is no need for you to know it anyway. Truth is truth unchanging, without the acceptance from one group of outsiders. Besides, soon. I'm sorry, it seems that we've mired you in this trouble. Say nothing. We shall not abide you by as one such injustice is pretended before our eyes. The village has always been identified by the Inquisition, and the Inquisition has been brought an ally. It seems quite unlikely that word shall resolve this conflict, but we promise you we will take responsibility for what is done. We have benefited far too much from your warmth and kindness not to do so. The village chief with a benevolent look pulls a dagger from his clothes and immediately knew what Kaitis was about to say. You don't have to go that blimey. We are now departing for the sea, yet we cannot bring ourselves to leave you here. I must ask you to join us for this journey, become our bloodkin. What are you doing? Stop! The unintentional, or perhaps I was saying in denial of the rising dread, ambush did not end there. Damn it, the Inquisitor was right. The villager suddenly began shanking the sinners with weapons they had concealed in their clothes, and it seems that they were coming for me as well. Emilia, on your left! Emilia managed to raise a black woman like a magician, parrying away the dagger flying in my direction. But another villager rushed in, taking advantage of the opening. Giant villager's back made a crunching noise. Someone flung them away. Didn't mean to be this late. Golly, let me catch up. Let me catch you up to speed. I know the situation. This fishy smell was what I went to investigate earlier. What about the sinners? Unlike Emma and I, who managed to survive the initial ambush, the sinners weren't doing so well. At least we had a silver lining in that the Inquisitor and Kaitis quickly understood understanding of the situation into question. Subsequent village led the villagers away from the sinners. How? I didn't notice any hostility or aggression. What an odd thing to say. Why would we hold any against you? Why would we intend to kill you? We are not trying to hurt you, we are simply trying to give you a form better suited for the sea. Until we were obstructed. I apologize for our unfamiliarities. Has caused you trouble, Inquisitor. I won't make a big stink about it. What happened? What's doing in figure is that the heretics try to take advantage of the ignorance of outsiders to fleeting position. And even you are outsiders. Any lives lost on evidence are my responsibility, my fault. I'm sorry I came to this. Wait, lives lost? We're still alive, you know. We can't shake off stab wounds like. This is most unfortunate, outsider. Huh? What? Your friends are either going to die or turn into seaborn. The dagger that stabbed them were laced with the flesh of the sea terror. Once that happens, most die and the survivors become ridden by their cells, becoming nothing more than another sea monster. No, it's really no problem. What's that? Not a very big deal, you know. Everyone's acting like this was it for the sentence, but hey, I should be able to deal with this by turning the clock. It's not that bad. My only concern was that I know it would happen if I tried to bring him back after they fully transformed into Seaborn. Conan Bow helped deal with the wave's verification effect, but I had no idea what would take with Seaborn transformation. We should just kill them before they turn. I know this must be very hard for you, but what? Sorry to bother you with this, but can you kill my friends and preferably in the least painful way? You know. Oh, sorry. Was this last part kinda too much to ask? Wait, don't give up already. If we bring them back to us, we should be able to do something to help them. How should I explain it, guys? Can you? Dante, I know what you mean, but I can't argue right now. My strength has finally returned since the ambush. Kinda tingly too, so maybe they used some kind of paralytic cocktail. Just trust me this one time. I can assure you that I'm not giving up on them. But, I mean, can you understand the outsider speech? Yes. Yeah, it's just that they're making a pretty difficult request. They want me to kill all of their friends before they transform to Seaborn. Okay? And before we even knew it, Scotty had already decapitated the sinners, none of whom resisted. Amir seems to have been taken aback by how fast Scotty jumped into action. What are you doing? Scotty? Don't let this spook you. This is just how we roll. Could you please just kill them? Unpainful if possible. The clock turns. Then the decapitating rest creep towards the headless torsos, connecting with the threads of blood. The sensation is that of reverse. It feels as though the sinners and I were served from the rest of the world, rewinding in isolation. Is this rewinding us going back in time, or are we defying the concept itself? The pain is multifold worse than the sensation of a straightforward decapitation. The pain is in the heart, as the current of death versus I sense. A deep crushing isolation. Their wounds are disappearing? Resurrection? Metamorphosis? Or time reversal? Puzzling. I have no knowledge with which to interpret this technology. The cost seems to be that the pain is transferred to the one who rewinds. But that seems too small of a price for such great power. Yep, and we still don't know what the actual price is. Though the discussion of whatever this can be categorized as power should be explored later. I couldn't stop shaking all of my limbs were trembling from the icy solitude still. Took a moment to collect myself and obscure the sinners. I don't know just what they were thinking, but We should be able to find out what to find out once we take them down. What the fuck? Why is Don Quixote? Don Quixote overfarming. Holy shit! But Ishmael too! And Marathon! Why are those free? I love this. Don Quixote is just overfarming in the corner. You dare to save the executive manager and try to take their life? Prepare thyself for Dausha. Now, pay the price for making a mockery of justice. Don Quixote is holy shit. Yeah, we can't let this slide, you know. How unfortunate. I had high hopes that all of you would become fine bloodkins. Holy shit. Don Quixote is all the fucking look of her.
늦으면 내피랑 먼저 갈 거야.
Paralysis. Normal panic effect. Turns that heal free SP for every surviving ally. Turn start. This unit did not take damage, this one to haste. On hit with another post attack, inflict nerves. Okay. I guess it. Oh, you are here too. What's with you? You can start gain 5 sea tower simulation. Gain 1 stack a turn. Start, gain 1 offense level down, 1 defense level down per stack turn if an allied sinner. Allied? Wait, what? Has 5 stacks of this effect. It escapes battlefield when an allied sinner has a are you sinner? Coitus. What? Allied sinner has defense skill. It has this effect, they escape battlefield at combat start. Of offense and defense, the effect of super gain. If this unit had remaining shield after getting hit and takes 2 sinking damage. This unit does not change. Behind the power gain 50 shield. If this unit has remaining shield, gain 2 attack. Yes, I should take those first. Don't think I can take both of your shields. So you will snatching at the buff.
타겟 포착 1시 반.
Let's kill them first. Yes.
한 점만 노린다.
That's maybe a bit early. Oh, music.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어가.
이 작살은 필살의 집념이 담겨
숨기기 꼭 한 번만
쓰레야.
먹였어.
Why can't you use him? Guess he has 4 attack power next turn. That is not that fun.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가
No,
시작이랬어.
Yes, Gregor? Yes. Huh? Where did this come from?
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼
So
때마다
what are you
기가 막혀.
doing? Find
우리
one for every
중기가
6 things.
연기처럼 엄격해.
Hopeless, struggling. That's not that cool. Favorite. Dominating. Look like making a cleaner one. Going to take more hits.
타겟 포착 1시 반.
Please, no! Couldn't you hit one more head?
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
Damn it, Hong Lu. Hong Lu. There's nothing I can do against it. What? He cannot win, literally. Can anyone get staggered here? Yeah, Gregor overfarm. Good job, Gregor.
기세가 수그러지는
Okay, one is staggered at least. Oh, that hurt. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Ethan.
쓰러졌다고 죄의 대가를
one
치르지
stagger.
않을 거라 생각했다. 오산이라 말해주고 싶어.
Favor. Favor. Dominating. Favored. Favor. Favored. Dominating. How much do fire? Have enough room? Don't really. You can, but you're not sanity-wise equipped right now. Sadly. Two more stagger.
가장 신나. 노력할
Go. Yeah, that doesn't do much damage. At least it's a win. 1, 2. That's another stagger. That is not so good. Ishmael did not win this. Ishmael, stop! You lost. Understand it. No, Faust. He had a good chance. And paralysis. That one is staggered. That one is more than staggered. He's fucking dead.
그래, 딱 반쯤
선원들,
죽여버려.
나를 보호해라.
쌍종 이항에 맞추려면 그게 제격이지.
Oh, Passive is not very good. Passive? No, he's dead. Favor. Dominating. Favored. Dominating. Favored. Hmm? 2 more yellow. That's good. How's Swagger doing? You have 21.
오지 말랬잖아.
죄를 새겨주겠어. Could you have a bit more flex on you? No? Okay, sorry. Damn. But you cannot lose. Oh, that's good enough for me. You can lose, but you won't lose. And you won't lose either. 1, 2, 3. And that one is dead, I think. Nah, he lives. 2, 3. He's also almost staggered.
아픔이다 난. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게 좋겠어.
Swagger, you're on 30. One down. Guess I can. It's Ultra's favor. Alright, give it your best. All I can say. That one should be dead. Raya, you have a good chance. Next time you can finally use your eagle. That one is also dead. And another one is full sanity. No, Ishmael, you did not win. And that's a stag? Not yet. How new one though? Unbreakable. I just looked at him. 2 tentacles, I guess. I look at him next turn. Ow. 1, 2, no shield left.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
하품이 다 나. 슬슬 지루하니까 빨리 끝나버리는 게
Good
좋고.
stuff. So, White of Liverway. Don't see that left.
분수 금기.
Okay. Don't think those are going to survive. Going to ignore them. And let's go something new.
무대배들.
He has one shot left. Ah, tape. There we go.
이 검은
Now with max stack.
이 명예는 이 영광은
Not a single headset. Okay, go back. Oh, there's the one headset. There we go.
일타 이피 맞지? 칼은 습관해줄게.
And that's him. I don't think he's going to survive next turn. 1, 2,
저놈을 추적해.
1, 2. I'm not sure if he's gonna survive this turn. I don't think he is.
흉터의 결과야.
He did not survive this turn. Mission accomplished. Well, yeah, he wasn't that bad. Wait, I think they're heading to... He's running himself into a dead end and they're seeking refuge at sea? Wait, that's where the ship is. That's where they're headed. They're trying to board the vessel Muscle. Muscle? Wait, but we never told them that the ship was repaired. How? So how? And obviously the whole village is on it. I ain't surprised that they sent someone to spy on us. And they know a way to get the ship floating even if it's broken. In its broken state. Vessel Muscle? Vessel Bay in the Las Masas. The ship is moored at a port in that direction. Wait, it can't be. He was preoccupied with the battling. The rest of the followers of the Church of the Deep who were in hiding quickly gave chase. But Fabius and the villagers were already aboard the repaired ship, slowly departing the harbor with a horde of sea towers between us and them. How can a vessel of that size become operational this fast? The exterior, the name, it must have been constructed during the golden age of Liberia. But how are we supposed to chase that? What if we built a raft and rode after them? Mate, come on. Sea's full of sea tower, it won't get very far before it sinks. Do you need something over here? You keep looking in that direction. Oh. The vessel must have soon disappeared into the mist and the village was left empty with nary a sign of people ever having been there, and as though this getaway had all been predetermined, leaving only Mayos. So she was the one who wasn't in on it. Huh.
이걸로 이번
so event. That's a winning theme.
사용하시는 것 같으니
That's cool.
미련은 없겠다마는.
7 out of 14, we're 700 in, almost Ishmael. Damn it, can't we just take any ship to go after it? It's a research vessel, it can't possibly be very fast. This be difficult. Even if it's a research vessel, I'm sure it was constructed during the golden age of Liberius. No average ship can keep up with it. Which is a problem, because I doubt we have any ship that can travel at the same speed. We only have a few small vessels left, which are all anchored too far from this location to be feasible options. Do we have any we could? No, not unless we can identify the exact location of the vessel, which is the weird point. We can't find ourselves a ship to go after them. Yes, but most eyes of Liberia, the lighthouse, were lost during the profound silence. Wait, when you say most of them, you mean that there's some left? Just one, as far as I know, the one in Gwent for power, but that lighthouse cannot be used at this moment. There's another. There's a lighthouse you can use. Really? You really going to give one of the villagers the benefits of the doubt? Yet, yes, Skadi have already confirmed her to be safe. All I confirmed is whether she's a Seaborn or not. Can't know if she's cultist. I don't get any idea right now. This is true, yet once we saw that Mayas was left alone on her own, we decided to have her accompany us at all times and keep her within eyeshot. We couldn't possibly blame her for what happened. Give Skadi confirmation that she couldn't have anything to do, she doesn't have anything to do with those sea monsters. Besides, they'd all left her behind. But Eo still seemed to harbor a bit of suspicion. The problem with the girl is that simply knowing too much. Where could she possibly have gained access to all that information? See? She can't even answer that question, but let's think about it this way. What if we were to ask her what we don't know? The location of the lighthouse, for example. They're taking rapidly. What did they say? Dante says that we should approach it differently and ask her what we don't know, like the location of the lighthouse. That seems like a reasonable suggestion to me. Or does the Inquisitor have an alternate solution to this conundrum? No, but fine. Let's hear it. I won't interrogate you about how you have access to things that even us Inquisitors don't know. At least not right now. Famato, that lighthouse, that's our village's name. Somewhere a little ways off from the coastline, there's an intact Eye of Liberia on the sea, though it was almost destroyed when the profound silence swept through. Off the coastline, it's not connected to the land? I think it used to be until it sank. We should be able to procure ourselves enough wooden material from the village to build a raft. It is nearly near enough for a raft to be means of last access. The weather's not great today, but it should do. If not very far, it's not very far from the cove. Even you're going to trust here? I don't see why I shouldn't. I understand that Iberium's trust of Iga is quite profound, yet such sentiment is hollow to the rest of us. Inquisitor Owen, what did you feel when you saw the Rhodes Island operator? You're talking about Kato? Nothing in particular, other than slightly annoyance when she accused me of being inhuman. So you didn't have any hostility or disgust. Not that you would have felt any sense of sympathy or empathy either. I thought I have no history of feelings for or against the eager. Such must be the same for the outsiders. What's she on about? She's conveying that in matter and regardless to matters, our opinion are more objective than Levin's. Finding the vessel Fabius commanded will be of benefit to all. Limbus company will gain an opportunity to return to the city via the dimensional door, while Rhode Island will have the chance to study it at closer proximity. Talking dice. And the Inquisition will gain possession of the vessel in which the technology from the Liberian Golden Age is contained. What? You're going to just hand that over to the Inquisition? Why should we convert what was once Liberia's? Why? There certainly are aspects to that vessel that draw interest. I already have a state of the art masterpiece known as Mephistopheles. As long as that can be guaranteed, I see no reason to refuse. Irene eventually agreed to put her trust in Mario. We are in luck, Exilman. It is quite fortunate that our interests aligned exactly with that of the first strangers we encountered in a strange land. Luck is right. Imagine we were back in the city. It would have taken them like three for free distortion hunts for us to come to this agreement. Sorry about having to settle with this, Mayor. Please let us to the lighthouse. Okay, happily. So, when you said almost destroyed, how almost destroyed is it? I hear that the lighthouse faded from the light. That the light from the lighthouse faded a long time ago, but shapes still stand. At least it was when I saw it a few months ago. If the lighthouse is in a state, we're going to need an X-ray technician to get it back in working order. The technology is based on is completely divorced from popular application of originium technologies. I doubt there's anyone out there who can work it anymore then. You needn't worry about that. Here we have an engineer and a researcher who are geniuses even among those in the city. So we should be able to manage more mechanical failures. Today's just revelation after revelation, huh? I can vouch for Limbus company's skill. I can also work on the simpler tasks I learned at a thing or two helping out Graham stuff about the lighthouse or various tech stuff. Well. Then should we all head to the lighthouse together? No, I believe in the group for a moment. Amia will accompany you instead. What? After all that, you're just going off on your own? Yes, to join the doctor. It is important for successful execution of this mission. Of course. That thing on Amia and Guardian remain behind to assist the rest of you. Thus I will leave the rest of you to take the Eye of Liberia, the lighthouse back. Wait, what do you mean take back the lighthouse? This someone or something out there that's taken over the lighthouse called the Eye of Liberia? A likely supposition. Amia, what did the manager of Limbus County say? They asked if the lighthouse was taken over by something. Not a bad intuition, yes? There's a likelihood that that structure is already overrun by sea towers. I don't know about overrun, but I've encountered them a few times when we approach it too closely. Normally it is hard enough personnel to attempt a raid to the lighthouse, but answer me this, are there any limitations to their revival? There are no restrictions as long as done to the manager survives. However, do note that better efficiency depreciates with prolonged battle due to mounting mental stress on the manager. No need to change the plan then. And may I use this communicator to alert me as soon as you're able to identify the coordinates of the vessel from the lighthouse. If luck would have it, we should be able to reduce the time it takes to complete the retrieval mission. Okay, as long as you're not taking everyone with you, it's just her who's leaving, then go ahead. I think we should be fine too. Then let's commence mission vessel Marshall's retrieval. Rightio, step 1 of this plan swerved right, let's get on with it. It's done, let's go. What, why are you looking at us like that? Is there something bothering you? Must you ask? Just look at how proactive and quick she is to jump to action, certainly like up to the image of an employee working for a large company. Thanks, Otis, for that charitable view, I guess? Thanks to Scotty, who already finished the first step of the plan, we're able to move on to step 2 immediately. Morph. Control Nessa Brand, the allied units territory next to what? Sitting on top of Nessa Brand, it turns that. What? That doesn't sound fun. What? That doesn't sound like fun.
총은 수지 타산에 맞게 한 발에 한 놈씩.
Great. After a while of carefully sailing on Skadi's raft along the coast with a gigantic shrouded lighthouse emerged from the thick mist. Eye of Liberia. Even in its dilapidated ruined state, touches that once momentous and sensitive area close to the exterior concept of the lighthouse. Some even call the lighthouse Guardian of Liberia. It retains the grandeur of the sea, as it was built during its golden age. You really know everything, don't you? It's as she says, but now the lighthouse are nothing but graveyards of countless inquisitors and soldiers of the Penal Battalion. No one who attempts to retrieve a lighthouse has ever survived the expedition. Can you please not say stuff like that, Miss Irene? We are literally about to walk into it. Don't you ever quit chirping? What are you, a foul beast? Stop yapping in my ears. Why is this one such a coward, unlike the rest of you outsiders? I'm not a coward, I'm just voicing my... She did just say something pretty concerning stuff. How long do you think the repairs will take? Its exterior is rather heavily damaged, however from what is visible from the outside its interior is still quite intact. With Miss Faust's expertise it should not take that long. He suggested with a smile, but Faust maintained his silence for the entire journey to the lighthouse. Then said something pretty concerning in response. Of course. My wit remains unmerited even in such uncertainty. The currents are pretty wide. Someone's going to have to stand behind and keep an eye on the weir. We can't just leave it here unattended, but I don't know if we can carry it either. I stay here and protect the ship. You sure can handle this alone. I know you're strong, but maybe one or two people should stay behind us, just in case. No, don't need to. Sita will swarm the isle if I go with you anyway. This has nothing to do with you. So what she's trying to say is that she's worried about you not having enough people to take on the lighthouse when she can handle this area alone, which is why she is okay with staying behind alone. Huh. Thanks for explaining. Some people just can't help but hop through an extra loop, I guess. Well then, let's trust her. Well, we'll be back soon. Luckily, we didn't run into any sea terrors on our way to the lighthouse gate. The problem was the gates were bound shut by strange blue tissue. Reminds me of Elkop Branch back at Hucorp, though that one was white. I don't think I can do anything to force it open myself, so... Guys, can you pry open this door? I move over. I pull from the right side, you grab the left, and we all pull together at 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, huh? Something's off here. What are you doing? The door is firmly secured in place. This flesh tissue regard generates almost as soon as it's torn. Perhaps you need to tap into a wider form of art to get into this open. Well, what now? This strange flesh tissue grown in the gate is cetal. It reacts to the lamp, but it grows too much to be affected by it in any meaningful capacity. Skadi might be able to open this door, but with quite strength, but should I go fetch her? But I think she's already fighting off the cetal from the thing he left. So we're all on our own. Maybe there's an identity card or eager I could use to get through this. So which one? Huh? Just as I was pondering a familiar question, a faint black glow came into view and devoured my sight. It's no intuition or it's different from those sudden flashes of realization. And it's not the star of that day that I think of from time to time. It's not the horrible door that I see every time I turn the clock either. The formless and black space in which I am not permitted to see a faint noise was cut through it. And through that opening I see a light. I reach out to the opening and see Skadi born from a very warm gaze. Skadi? Powerful images crashes onto me until me like the waves. Skadi, the staggering dancer, wielding a blade. Skadi, who flaunts her flowing looks. Oh. And Skadi, the singer, humming in a low voice. Beyond the fingers of cognition, Skadi's existence has become engraved. The sinner who can wrestle and control this oceanic tidal power is Dante. Are you alright? I'm good, and I don't think we need to send for Skull. Huh? What? Hey, Ishmael. Never used this ego before, but I need you to trust me and accept it. What? An ego? I nodded quietly. Well, it's not like we ever get to have practice one with those egos whatsoever, is it? Seems to me our managers found a solution. Her confusion is short-lived. She let out a carefree laughter before stepping towards the boldly twirling a mace wand. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Get corroded. Holy shit!
한눈 팔지 마세요. 단순하게 파도는 반드시
Holy!
밀려올 테니.
She's falling back. That's how we're going to the first unless like bro. I think she destroyed the door instead of opening it? Sorry. Didn't think it'd be this strong. Well, the door's open. What are we waiting for? No, I mean, just what? The part where you... What? The part where I suddenly changed into a different outfit and equipped a different personality? Yes, that is... This is the most fascinating. That ego could be drawn here. In near of the mirror of the Mephistopheles. I think I connected to Amia's subconscious mind. There was a strange, unfamiliar light, and Amia's emotions attached to her memories and expressions, so I just reached out to them. My subconscious mind? I just had this feeling that it would work. Sorry about peering in without asking, but I didn't see anything other than things about Skadi. All I need were memories and emotions that can be used to understand the being that is Skadi. It's okay. I also have experience with gaining power from others' memories and emotions, so overcome difficult situations. Maybe that's how you were able to draw something from me as well, Dante. That is the most appropriate assumption, especially in a situation in which developing into its principle is impossible. So that's called ego? Really, of course Limbus can ego is quite the other kinds of ego which are learned from within oneself. That is enough, no for information to be to outsiders. Yet, it matters not whether young army learn of this. I agree with that fool this time. Inquisitor used an artillery projection that penetrates the outer walls, several of them in fact, of a building, and the head did not pursue her following that breach of taboo. That is certainly not the city. Ain't it better to let her talk her heart out than to hear her moan and whine about not being able to say anything? I am convinced. Do as you will then. Possible plight sounded almost gulking, but Don Quixote immediately began to expound upon ego till his eloquence. But everyone was too busy to pay attention to her as the whistling noise from the distance had put everyone on edge. We can do that later, we got some cleaning up to do. So, where must the terrors pass that door? I think any sea terror from the sea are all covering around Skadi, which means our only roadblock are the sea towers still lingering around the lighthouse. Let's go. Let's take this lighthouse back. So that's the law reason we can use those egos.
카론, 기다리는 거 못해.
Oh,
100초만
focus fight.
기다려줄게.
Didn't expect that. Why are you fast? now I can just ignore you. I'm sorry, but I'm just ignoring you now.
생각해보라고.
You got to do your thing later.
그렇지 않은가 봐.
그래.
And I was like that.
반쯤 죽여버려. 13조 2항에 맞추면 그게 세경이지.
혈이 남자.
대성공이야. 가름 신나. 노래 부를까?
마침 그래.
승객이 딱콩 한 번
Wait, how many
먹였어.
ways is on this way?
공로 지원한다.
When was it? I can't look right now. Any second. 2 more skills. Staggered. And it is
한도 번짝.
25. Huh? What the fuck are you? This unit speed is fixed to 1. Spawns in inactive state in battle that never event may appear. When never event appears on the battlefield, this unit becomes active and damageable. When this unit HP drops to 1 from damaging trigger of this move, all means the hand of the unit becomes inactive for the next turn. This unit takes damage only from skills many times and it takes no other damage. When it becomes inactive, it removes all effects from self and heals back to max. Okay. So that's how we get rid of that stuff. Good to know. What are you missing? Web. Okay, we do have 1 web this round. You and 1 web. Onto you. I think that's good enough. I hope at least.
이거 싫다구만.
And Gregor, what are you doing? Ah, you're winning. Okay, good.
예상 못했나봐.
Didn't look like it just for a second. That is the last flash, and now just attack. Fishman. Isai. Hi, 35 though.
우와.
나를 보호해라.
가름도
Is it already
깜짝.
happening? No. Type speed, you have 3 speed. You got another 3 speed. Vega has spin. Should be dying for this. I think that's good enough.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
깔끔한 헤드샷.
That is
머리
cute again.
척살났다고.
Sorry, I had to pet the cat for a second.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
My biggest weakness is blue tree. How am I supposed not to pet the cat?
눈부시지 않고 두려워하지 마.
How is someone supposed to stand up if they have a cat sitting on them? It's literally impossible.
한 놈의 죽음으로 끝내긴 죄가 넘.
At least for me.
저기
Oh no,
벌벌
it's
떨고
Favas.
있는 나머지 녀석들도 처형한다.
I would say it's impossible. Go. Got everyone missing 1 more punch on the bottom. That is good enough. Please if you can make it is 1 bullet left. Maybe I still give you a gun, I guess.
Go.
Okay. Yeah, really not that hard.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
And it survived. Almost nothing. What can you do?
남자오.
우와. 가름도 깜짝.
Okay, let's go. What is talk about stuff? What do you need to talk about? My lack of human existence is not helpful, I guess. I don't know what
죄를
do
새겨주겠어.
you talk about? I'm actually a
이
runner for what
작살,
to
필살의 집념이
do.
담겨있지.
좋아.
If I wouldn't have the lack
이번에는
of
제대로 들어가.
What? Why is it headed going backwards? That's cool, but huh? Why? I you want to fight again. You're happy and stuff. I'm sometimes sad you way too negative about me. Sometimes not easily being positive.
우와, 가름도 깜짝.
Sometimes the problem of constantly blaming myself for shit. I would say that's just a human thing, sadly. Humans are just built that way. No, I don't like constantly hating myself. It is not what I would call a fun time. Honestly, quite the opposite. Oh, I hope that one gets better over time. And my confidence is slowly getting better.
한 점만 노린다.
I am improving. Slowly.
나 참 주먹질만 한다고 능사가 아니야. 발표질도 섞어야지.
Ow, ow. That hurt.
전투의 결과요.
No.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴
I
새는
think
없다.
someday I will talk constantly about things I actually like.
먼저 빠진다.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
멀미봉투는 좌석 밑에 있어.
A lot of things I'm waiting for.
토하지 마.
A lot of games actually. I can't wait to play them when they finally come out. But for now, they're not out. One comes out next week, I think. I think it was the next week.
조여목구를 달궈볼까?
Kinda am not very good. Kinda lost
이
entire
작살,
existence of
필살의
time for a
집념이
while.
담겨있지.
There we go. One has it.
이 검은, 이
Two
명예는,
has it.
이 영광은
Three has it.
이빨이
Ah, almost.
1타입이 맞지? 칼은
It seems to be
습관해줄게.
painful. Anyway,
죄를 새겨주겠어.
이 결투
I'm
오늘의
dead.
승리일세.
victory. Sorry, mission accomplished. Victory was not the right one.
이걸로
How much more?
이번 조언과 결배를
I have
널
a-
하지 않았나?
Give me.
마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니
And
한
not
놈
clicking this time.
메마른 당신에게
No, not
파도는
that
반드시
stupid.
밀려올
Again.
테니.
Yeah, I guess that's also one of my problems. I'm not the smartest person. I'm sure there are people who are a lot stupider than me. But I wouldn't call myself on the smart side. Really wouldn't. Sadly. Maybe it's better to just be stupid and happy. Oh, passive. What do you do? Come instead if there's just a single enemy. The human is left most attack skill and the dashboard gains clash power +1 and deals plus 11.5% damage on hit after clash, including ego skills. For the turn in which this unit returned or substitute in minion max with +1 clash power +1.
세대 이
There
검이
we
필요하오.
Instantly next fight.
이
How many this
안정감
time?
있고 부드럽게 잡히는
25 more.
최선.
Uh,
이런 푹신한 날은 안 풀리는 일이었지.
what do you need? Okay, don't be on top of stuff. Oh, rather give him Lumos sanity then. Faust also needs the sanity. Yeah, sorry, he's just. You're leaving anyway after a while, so the others need the sanity more than me.
대성공이야.
I'm really sorry.
노래
그래,
볼까?
딱 반쯤 죽여버려.
You're not getting it this time.
13조 2항에 맞춰. 그게 대격이지.
Nothing. Getting very fast overloaded with pretty much anything. It's not the best thing because it can lead to me actually not moving for quite some time. Because I'm completely getting lost in my own thoughts.
좋아. 이번에는
Not a
제대로
fun
들어가.
thing. Can tell you that much. Not fun. I'm struggling with anyone. Nope. Anyone more favor dominating? I'd rather not risk that. There we go.
타겟 포착 1시 방향.
좋아. 잘하구만.
My sad thing is the combination from ADHD and autism.
승객이 딱콩 한 번 먹였어.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
That's noisy places aren't my thing. Time I leave the house the most is the night. What's the most away?
저놈을 추적해.
I don't know why, sunlight really tires me.
6점.
I just seem to get tired every time the sun goes up.
움직임의 어설파야.
우와.
응?
카른도 깜짝.
More often. One here. I'm sometimes sad you don't know what I'm doing wrong. I'm not even sure if humans like me. Sometimes I'm not even sure if they maybe just hate me. Oh, yeah, so the humans just don't like him. Cool. I would like to see this
죄를
like
새겨주겠어.
sadly I don't know where to start and where to end, like with everything.
흉터의 결과요.
It's fucking nonsense even, man.
살을 빼어내.
Right, what can you do?
흐릿한 등화.
When you use radio.
곱게 접은
Kill him.
식물
Nah. Could have at least was one head.
빈 벼로의
황금의 궁. 혹시 그 자체였다.
No matter.
깔끔하게 몰았군.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
멀미봉투는 좌석 밑에 있어.
긴장하셨나요?
내피한테
그럴
토하지 마.
땐 크게 심호흡을 하면 도움이 된답니다.
Come on, that. For now. Do I get one with it? Maybe one suit is for protection. Protection is important. happened to his sanity? He's never getting enough win. Sorry. That's not gonna happen to him.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
좋아. 깔끔한 헤드샷.
Drink some water.
머리통에 작살났다고.
눈부시지 않고 두려워하지 마.
I promise that I don't feel pumped or any creative naming because I'm really not good with naming things. And I have no fucking clue how the fuck you do a thumbnail. So that's out of the picture for now.
선원들,
우와.
나를 보호해.
카른독 깜짝.
Ishmael, you lost. Do it then. Who's getting hit out of those, so I don't have to worry about them anymore. How much ammunition do we have left? 1. And you're shooting this turn. And next turn you get a single shot skill. That's all I wanted.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
There we go.
한 점만 노린다.
Oh, spin. Load. Just like that.
무얼 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가
There we
시작이었어.
go.
예상 못했나 봐.
Especially for the price.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이에 번졌으니 식구의 한 용태여, 빈 그루에 나왔구나.
All gone.
그래. 이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지.
Is this the last one? Maybe. Ah,
Wow.
no, there's still a lot
카른독
more.
깜짝.
Glue. A lot more than I expected. Dominating. Cooper's gonna leave this turn. I just have to hope that they. That sucks. You struggling. You mean? You favorite. There we go. You're going for this one. Don't want him to get whatever that stuff is.
벤다.
I
4월에
could have just done that one first. If they're getting bonuses from it, aren't they? No matter now.
이건 예상 못했나 봐.
What are you doing, Marisol? Right, not winning. Ow. Thank you, foe. I've always trusted in you. And Ishmael. You too. You see? Not a single
이
tail.
작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
And he's even dead, which means everyone
저건
gets
이렇게
sanity.
진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한
No,
승리가
not everyone, but someone.
저 빠진다.
우와. 카른독 깜짝.
So it's done. Something do it again. There we go. Just to be sure. don't think
빌어먹고를
anyone
발광을
is gonna
잘했군.
survive.
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지
There we
지금을
go.
반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
흐릿한 등화 곱게 적은 종이에 번졌으니 용되어
Yep. How you know? Most of them.
1타 2피
That's actually someone
맞지?
surviving.
칼은
That's one of
쌀수
the big ones. So fair enough. I like Hungry's ending a lot.
선원들
우와
나를 보호해라.
카름도
I think I can
깜짝
just press one right now. Just bomb. Yeah, I'm not getting that.
어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
I also plan on using a camera someday in the future, but first I need to motivate myself to clean up a bit. That's not my strength.
깔끔하게 물었군.
But I
우와 카름도
would in fact
깜짝
like to show my face.
총원 불격.
I don't think this thing is going to survive long enough. Yep.
마침표를 마무리. 다음 목표로
There we go.
Mission accomplished.
Nice shot, Hungry. Wait, nice shot, Heathcliff.
의뢰이란 보호수당에서
What is the next thing I'm getting? Effect
아,
and tickets.
오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Clear stage. The Fabled Knight.
이런 임무는 뱀 중에서도 내가 제일이지.
There were more sea towers than we expected near the lighthouse, but thanks to Irene Slam, the light of which paralyzed the nervous system, paired with the rather narrow passageway, we were able to handle them without much trouble. Also, as the control room was, unlike the exterior, was mostly undamaged. Faust shared the good news that the repairs mostly won't take very long. Nisang was right, fortunately the inside is barely damaged. I'm back in a second day. And I'm back. How are you progressing, Miss Faust? It's almost complete. We best prepare to leave. I radio the doctor. Let's what is happening? The tremor shakes the building with a loud boom, and debris begins to fall from the ceiling. The lighthouse precarious floor suddenly collapsed from the shock. The floor's giving away. What's going on out there? Something rammed against the eye of Liberia? I see our chatting through the ocean surface, the sheer explosive force turning water into mist. And it's charging at us again. I just had to use the music again. As he sang noticed, I saw the shadow of a dark figure through the ruptured outer wall of the lighthouse and charging him at the ruined structure. What the fuck? The figure looked a lot like one of those knights of the cities, the western region, Don Quixote would talk at length about. The lighthouse must combat this way. Then we have no choice. We have to stop whatever's out there. Faust, stay here. The rest of us will descend the lighthouse and the lighthouse is almost fully functional. It should only take some finishing touches to have its light shine again, which I can handle, so stay behind. Seems entirely unnecessary to leave the rest to you. I would rather leave it to Faust. Holy shit, my stupidity. Who is an expert. I've read about the Seaborn before. The fables and legends say that he is the last knight. If those stories have any grain of truth in them, we're going to need all hands on deck to even have a chance at stalling it. You better prepare for a few days of interrogation once I bring you in position. Your decision, Executive Manager. All hands on deck, leave the lighthouse to my... Because we have to put a stop to that night somehow. Wafer's quest high and violent. Behind the spear-wielding knight, we have to protect the already precarious lighthouse against the knight. The knight begins to charge at us, his steed splitting the very sea, and I instinctively know that this isn't going to be easy. Okay. I am scared actually then. Thank you. One day, wheat grains he planted did not sprout. One day he stopped feeling the scent of life between his breath. Thus he rides against the currents, hunting after waves. He seeks the waves, reproaches them, and eventually brings about their destination. Faint memories have blinked through Emilia's phantoms, flashed briefly before my eyes. And the Seaborn Knight wields his great lance against surface sea terrors. He shuddered as though with repulsiveness, but he does not stop. You obstruct progress and cover the land. That is impermissible. This is the land. The knight and the sea terrors don't necessarily seem to be on the same side. Perhaps diplomacy may be a viable solution here. Overcome the bell of war and try to talk to the knight. He cannot lose. Marisol, we're good at this. We are not the sea, we are not its waves. The knight's great lance falters with doubt. Waves are the only thing that hold any meaning for him. 3 offense level down. Offense level question mark. Defense level question mark. Level question mark. Oh no. Oh no. It's one of those ones. This is not good. Cold? Cold. Max strike 3. Lose 1 speed for every cold stack. If this unit has 3 stack after scans, take 20 gloom damage and 20 SP damage. Then gain 1 frozen this turn. Oh no. Turn end. If this unit did not attack, the last night expired. Passives, and when a hit inflict 1 cold against the attacker once per skill. Combats that gain 8 protect. This low moral half the amount of protection gain. Combats that if this unit is staggered or panic, it does not gain. Okay, you want to use a thinking team, I guess. When this unit takes damage, that brings HP down to 0, nullify the damage, then this unit heals back up to 100%, and as the HP and SP gains a new pattern. Oh no, not again. Cannot, yeah, that's what I expected. Oh god. How do you need something? You and Lu are one of the more important ones. flashable god. Still gonna hit this, isn't it? Oh, no, wait, you're fast. Should. I think that's the best I can do. Foul. Oh, you won. Thank you, Foul. I always believed in you. Never doubted you a single time. Okay, just bring down his sanity slowly. Nope, he did. And his sanity is way up.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
쏜다.
저놈을 추적해.
Turn and Axion did not attack the last night expired. Wait. So I just don't attack with them? How the fuck am I supposed to not attack with half my team? Is Faust attack? Faust will not attack. Jesus. Oh. Cannot attack with Faust. Please can evade this. Please, Hitler.
한 점만 노린다.
Everyone's going to be second next turn.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Oh, he loses a lot of sanity. Oh,
저놈을 추적해.
I didn't read. Should have wept. There's another restart button. I didn't read. The sinner's relentless assault upon the knight begins to slow, though we don't have anything in common with the knight. Could cold Linus rise his bellows inside under the faint light? Are the waves or rocks his eyes to see? Someone has to slide back around. You can not use again. The sinner man walking in the fire to keep west of the sinner. The lamps now the night with its lightning, the laborious flame illuminate our path. Unlike the night, we're not alone, so we did not have to endure the chilling loneliness by ourselves.
묘수.
We move frozen from our allies. Okay. If I do, who needs to lose this? So much sanity last turn.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
Lose it. Yeah, I think I have to restart this fight. Too much to gloom hits. Even though, at least he's losing sanity.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
공로 지원한다.
Everyone is frozen.
육척. 눈부시지 않다고 두려워하지.
Not going well.
敵が来ます。皆さん戦闘の準備を。
Oh, do a sec. Just doesn't work. At least I could do a sec for some sanity in this team.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
Sanity damage is killing me.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
There's way too many attacks and not just attacks. I should limit the attacks at least to... Yeah, stupid. I should limit the attacks to the amount of attacks he does. And the others should just not attack.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
Fish FF2. From you has known single one. Wager, you have one house. You are the one that doesn't attack. Marisol is clear. Can also be Throne of Beast. He most likely gets staggered. And he's saying you are not clear. We do have to win at least this one.
즐기고 계신가요?
Marisol then. Just have to take that one.
랜덤 4월을
Wait, this should have been a tiny attack.
수많은 것들이 목지어 온다.
선원들, 나를 보호해.
Should stagger him this turn.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Wait, so thank you. Even if everyone gets frozen.
저놈을 쫓게.
You get multiple stacks a turn.
ドクターのように優れた式ですね。
먼저 빠진다.
向こうにも事情があるのでしょう。ですが私たちは止まれません。
One of you have two, no.
조여목구를 달궈볼까.
There's 300 left, and then he heals full again.
敵が来ます。皆さん戦闘の準備を。
Down you have one. Lu, you should have 0 right now. Yes. South, you have 2. Ishmael has 0. Like us. Wagger has 0. Marisol has 1. Sang has 2.
된다. 사활을 건다. 부탁하자. 오케이. 보인다.
총원,
Okay, some
조명이
strategies
전멸하는
again.
저곳은 파도
Some people.
모든 것을 쳐부술 거다.
Yes.
육청.
Then he's almost panicked. What? Is this
皆
panic?
さんしっかりしてください。
Okay, who is 2? On Kyoto, you cannot attack, you can evade though. Something that doesn't. You do not have attack, wait, I think so. Who else? Anyone else with 2? Marisol. Can you win this fight? Yes, you can. No one else has 2, so that's fine. And I can't do shit against that one.
타겟 포착 1시간.
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
He's down. Soda, my beloved.
자, 변신 완료.
Done.
만선이에요.
Ow.
이 작살엔 필살의 집념이
Next time he's panicked.
담겨 있지.
Marisol. And no one can do shit this turn. Faust, Don, those 3 can do stuff. Oh, why do I have one of those?
조여목구를 달궈 볼까?
Hunger's going to get frozen. Unless it ends the turn right here and he gets 1 HP. I don't think he's getting 1 HP before he gets hit. It ends the turn. What is he doing? Uh-huh. Backward. Gear +5 for every enemy with cold makes 30 5 seconds with 1 second cold. So at once 10 +1 cold on target with bonus bloom damage. Target speed frozen heat transfer. Everyone has food. And it's unflashable too. any of you have 2? Yes, Don Quixote. Kauft. Ja, Don Quixote and Faust.
자, 어느 쪽일지 잘 생각해보라고.
전열을 지켜라.
Aua.
내게 관심이 쏠렸으니 너희가
At least to
공격할
stagger.
기회는 더욱 많아진다.
適した攻撃でなくても最善の選択だったはずです。
마무리를.
もっと効果的な方法が。
The knight rides upon the violent, winding steed, lands waves skyward. The knight waves across the sea, splitting its waves. We won't succeed at this rate. Stall him, please, even for a second. Irene directs her cannon towards the knight. Her aim and will undoubtedly do the same thing here with the waves. We need but a moment to recover. Topple the waves, go for his leg, not his lance. We have to observe more carefully.
皆さんしっかりしてください。
Who is a 2? All of the ones in that. Oh, one side.
타겟 포착 1시간.
That's different. We fucking hate. I don't think Insane's going to survive this. Insane lives for now. Minus 21 sanity. I can't do shit next turn.
선원들
レンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて
Using
本当
less
に
this
嬉
turn.
しいです。
Okay. Huh. Good. Fine.
자,
Team can't do shit this turn.
어쩌겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
And if one of them saying it that he is going to lose 20 sanity because of counter. He needs to stand, he's gone next turn. Why did she? I was pretty sure John wasn't on too.
囚人が退却できませんでした。あ、ダンテさんには
Why?
囚人を蘇生できる能力がありましたよね。
Do I just put all damage out of this? Regardless of shit? think that's a play.
이 검은, 이 영예는, 이 영광은 이빨이지.
In one panel he doesn't have
아름다운
protection.
그렇지 않은 것.
Doesn't even have a new stagger threshold. Right, next one is gonna be hell.
충분해. 너한텐 멀겠지만.
No one will be able to do shit. No one has SP. And this is going to kill a lot of people.
전열을
Ow.
지켜라. 내게 관심이
Is
쏠렸어.
anyone
너희가
not
공격할
staggered?
기회는 더욱 많아진다.
Cat. The knight rides upon the violent whining steed, lands by scout. Wait. Okay. Get you to stop me. You're the best chance I have, Ron. The knight's fierce charge briefly wavers within the distance and Hero jumps in his path. Quickly capitalizes on this moment, opening a blind spark flies from her and her hand cannon. The knight is thrown off his steed.
해결됐지 않나?
Skill becomes collateral. They gather to defeat the knight. They must first gather their believe him to be one of them until they came to the realization that the knight is a traitor to the greater will. Fuck. But he leaps once again the questing waves as his stepping stone. He belongs not to the sea. He stands tall against the great will. Against the great will. His head held high in an eternal defiance. The unrelenting night rides across the watery mountains and charges at us. Thompson. Thank you. Sinner Honolulu brings the knight's charge to a stop. Then the waves begin to crash in. But unlike the knight in the backstreet, the waves don't stop coming. He has always challenged the waves and is fated to do so for eternity. The waves will always shake the sea until the day of the night's sinking.
계획을 세워두면 이런 것도 어렵지 않다.
Perfectly
今
accurate.
一度把握し直さなければ。
I don't know which one. What did he gain? Take 80% damage. Unless you can roll higher with what you have right now.
타겟 포착.
At least some sanity's gone.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
No, foul. Anyone still alive?
囚人に致命傷を確認。至急対処お願いします。囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
전투응대에 나서라.
Have to take a sanity. It's life. It's only 400 HP. Why are you losing? Please win. Delicious then. I would 300. Come on.
皆さん、しっかりしてください。
충전 기능 점검. 단숨에 점검.
In the name of love and justice, die! Get out of my way. Leave.
여기서 빛의 우리 앞을 막는 증오스러운 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 아르카나 슬레이어!
Take it out. 150.
여행에는 목적이 있었지.
That does another 20. 40 actually. It does so much damage. HP.
囚人が死亡。どうすれば。
Can't really go for damage. Nothing. 5 HP. Thank you, Heathcliff. He gave you life for it. Holy shit. That wasn't close at all. I'm out of rounds. Glamp's almost out too. We're holding him back for now, but we won't last much longer. No VS. It can last, the lighthouse not so much. What difference does this make? Sinners were reeling from the battle against this enemy, who is more like a force of nature than a human. Without giving us much time to breathe, the knight fixes the spear and begins charging at us again. Didn't take very long for the severity of the situation to dawn as I quickly began to whack my head with a desperate wish. What can I do? What can I do here? That's when I thought the mist, the black space begins to invade my vision once again. Wait, this is just like... And from the dark light shines again. I reach out towards it and see, unlike the early phenomenon which focused entirely and powerfully on Skadi, a single individual. What I saw this time was an unfamiliar place called Casimir's. This place was filled to the brim with things that Don Quixote would lose her mind over, like knights and their countless fans, an area in which in which to test one's metal, but the one in a fort sits far from all that glow in a very mundane-looking office. He wears a well-kept set of clothing, while his eyes are with a slightly squint focus on reading the newspaper. The man looked more like an office worker than a knight, but the most rated part of that scene was a banner hanging on the wall and a sword. Don Quixote was the first sinner who came to mind. Kanshi, our attendant and admirer of knights and pursuer of glory, spying that energy from his sword as her own? Wait, no, he's different. I needed someone who doesn't pursue glory, someone who can handle their own tarnished glory. The sinner who can detachedly wield the entirety of their bygone honors is... Yes, there's just one. I trust you, Gregor. Use the ego to hew into the knight's charge, split the waves. Use the light to split the waves? Huh? I hear you, manager, but let's do this.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은 이빨이지 않을 뿐.
The incandescent golden blade of light surged forth, cleaving through the darkness of the sea. The knight withstands and parries each of those lights away, but he comes to a stop when the last of the golden radiance cuts across the sea and looks in our direction as if to admire it. And finally, the lighthouse makes a low, resonant creaking noise before firing a bright light towards the ocean's horizon. Myers has completed the repairs. Oh, the light returns to this house once more. Silence. Our mayor is saying something. Like Otis said, Mayor was speaking out of the window and shouting something at us. Vessel Messes is still near the shore, somewhere in the coastal sea. It moored somewhere by the beach. Somewhere... Hello, cat. Quite a bit of a distance away from the village cove. Confirmed, I will. Leo Dr. Casist immediately. Phew, that was well and good, but what about the monster? Yeah, what if it charges at the lighthouse again and destroys it? I hear the talk during our battle, but I don't think that creature is capable of actual communication with them. This will be a problem. Don Quixote, don't get too close to it, it's too dangerous. But before we could stop her, Don Quixote had already approached as close as she could to the seaborn, her eyes twinkling. She takes a brief moment to admire the knight and his steed before asking in an eager, energetic tone, "Oh mighty knight, what is the name of thy noble steed?" Was she Nante? Wait, she can communicate with him. Oh, this is quite a coincidence then. My noble steed is also named Roshinante. One who is not a comrade. They are a steed, you say? For a steed most fine indeed, it hath served me well over countless adventures of mine, despite its appearance. Yet I must inquire thee, noble knight, wherefore dost thou strike the lighthouse so? It was not the waves. The waves are darker, more... Perchance there was a tad inconvenience misunderstanding here then. Good night. I and my companions are not embarking upon an adventure most important. Yet with thy obstruction we are unable to do so. Patty, wilt thou return to whence thou came? Don Quixote regarded the knight with a stance that was at once contagious and brave. And the knight and his steed Washinante started wordlessly back at Don Quixote. I wasn't sure if she managed to get through to the knight or if the knight just lost interest, but they both departed, the lighthouse looking out to their far distance. So they really exist? Seaborns who hope for something other than just survival? Such powerful seaborns lurk at the sea? Are you alright, Donkey? You shouldn't be thanking that. You shouldn't be thankful that if somehow yield a positive outcome. Then are you going to fix that habit of rushing towards without thinking it through? My apologies. Why Don Quixote returned to the night with that bizarre conversation? Amia raised her voice, happily as though she just received good news. What, Dr. Cassis, is that true? What's going on? The doctors managed to infiltrate the vessel masters. They're already done cleaning up the decks and now waiting for the rest of us to arrive. But it's been hardly 10 minutes since the lighthouse came on. The doctor's an excellent strategist, and based on what Dr. Catus told us, I think they already had some plans in motion before we activated the lighthouse. Wait, let's return to Skadi and join them. We returned to the raft and explained what had transpired. Skadi listens to us quietly before replying in the exact same manner as she did before. Someone's going to have to stay behind. I stay. Go find the vessel masters. You're going to refuse again if we offer help, aren't you? Yes. Then I see you after we retrieve the vessel masters. I let the doctor know what happened here. What an oddball.
이번 주가 결별할 날도 먹지 않았나?
Anyway,
마지막까지 알뜰히 사용하시는 것 같으니 미련은 없겠다마는.
3 more. Clear stage 1 question mark enemy.
꽃을 피워볼까요?
Yes, cat, you are very cute. I should have changed Eagle. This is the doctor research. This is the doctor research at Wolf's Island. Nice to meet you. When I, after everything we went through, finally had the chance to meet the doctor of Wolf's Island, I realized that I had been building a very vastly different image of them in my mind based on the name alone. I was thinking they were going to be someone like Isang, Faust or Hohenheim from SE. But the first impression of them was similar to what I felt when I met a K-Club employee. The clock just ticked. And this is Dante, manager at Limbus company. The tick just now was nice to meet you. Thanks for coming. I mean, honestly, I was pretty worried when we separated at the border. I should thank you and Amia. Actually, we would have been in a real pickle without her, so stop being cute. You have food. It's a bit embarrassing to remember that myself. Dante says that we would have been in a real pickle without Miss Amia. Yeah? Sorry, manager, but can't talk human, so don't worry about it. We'll take over the translation. Holy shit, Marisol. I'm already dying, why do we have to talk? It is incorrect to state that the manager cannot talk human. A more accurate assessment would state that the manager is incapable of assessing sonic means of communication, which introduces verbal communication. However, they are able to produce repetition of multiple sounds that may register on a similar scale to the ticking of multiple hands. Second hand, minute hands, or of a clock. I don't know, something about the way Marisol's put it sounds worse. Don't worry, it's not a difficult task when only a single individual has to be translated. Doctor, let us move on the next step of the plan. Next step? Thanks to Limbus Company's effort, we obtained the exact coordinates of the vessel masses and managed to capture the decks with ease. However, Fabius, who is suspected to be a bishop of the deep, and his followers have barricaded themselves inside the bridge's control room. While it may seem as though they are hiding, I believe they are trying to bait us. As in, they are waiting for us to enter the bridge before summoning reinforcements from elsewhere to trap us in a pincer attack. Something like that. The elsewhere is mostly likely to be the sea, as their reinforcements are probably more sea towers. Fabius is a seaborn, and the ocean will answer to the call of their kind. Limbus company and Irene will head to the bridge and neutralize Fabius. Amia and I will accompany you to prove, support and identify the situation with the bridge. In the meantime, Katus and the others operators will remain on standby on the ship's exterior at the pre-designated location. I'd like to avoid getting surrounded by the sea tower before we manage to take down the Church of the Deep within the bridge. I observe several entry points leading straight to the bridge while we are working on repairing the vessel. Your force doesn't seem numerous enough to close off all of them. It is true that there are many entry points here, but we don't need force guarding every single one of them, especially here. The hallway is narrow, long and straight too. Makes sense to me. How about here? Are you sure you're not overly focusing your force on a single checkpoint? Ah, let's see. But on closer look, looks like commanding officer Autos is finally in her environment. Got any question, Manager Bot? I have no idea what they're talking about. If I'm being honest. Really? I saw you commanding the sinners earlier. You seem pretty adept at giving orders and making strategic decisions. Indeed, they seem quite adept at making on-the-spot strategic commands. Have you seen my fight? I'm not. And identifying exploitable weaknesses and patterns in the enemies. However, the Doctor and the Outsider are operating in fundamentally different fields. No further elaborating is necessary. Agreed. That particular aspect of strategizing is not one of Manager's done to words, and even there is a chance for them to engage in such element. It may be too early to do so. Is that so? It is. At least that is what Faust has judged. What are they on about? I was about to ask that myself. I don't know, I have no idea. Having finished her discussion with the Doctor over the plan, Otis returned wearing a grim look. Is there something wrong with the plan? No, there wasn't anything wrong with the plan. I expected a certain degree of competence, but they were impressively far beyond my expectations. Really? That's good. Even when I think back to my days at the line of duty, I don't think of too many like them. Right? So they're dependable. Good enough for me. If you're strategizing done, let's get cracking. What of you, Miss Mayor? If it's too much to face what awaits, then you need not follow us. I decided to stay here anyway. The Doctor's going to update you in real time on where the safe zones are, so please keep that communication close to you. I will. Hey, if Grants, is there something you would like for us to do? No, it's nothing. If there's something you want to tell them, contact us through the communication at any time. We're going to find a way to resolve this as peaceful as we can, but if the negotiation breaks down, yeah, I know what you mean, Doctor. Be safe, everyone. Leading Mayors behind with her unfinished business, and we followed the Rhodes Island team into the bridge. The bridge was as gaudily decorated as ever. Fabrics flanked by hooded followers and sea towers greeted us with kindly smiles. Welcome. I truly did appreciate thy kindness, wife, for this thou seeker to harm us. Your suspicions are certainly justified, but I implore you to think back. If you truly believed that we had sought to harm you, then how would you explain that one peaceful night you had spent in family? We have never wished you any harm. We did not then, and we did not now. Now, even a day after you folks stabbed us in the back like cowards, and you want us to believe that? Our wish was always has always been the same. We only wish to extend the freedom to roam the seas to those with capable, kind-hearted souls. Mate, we know you're just trying to turn us into sea monsters of some kind. Monsters? It's only a name. The essence of it's being changed, not regardless of label given to it. Become one with the sea, become one with the endless cycle of life, and one day your misunderstanding will end and you will come to understand us. Looks like this fight between us is going to be unavoidable. I put out the identity cards the moment I saw Fabrice raising his hand. The doctors seemed to have finished their preparation as well as they and Aaron stood opposite Fabrice. Incoming, get ready everyone. Let's stop them here for good, no matter how long it takes. The Imperator is reducing sacrifice to the absolute minimum. The command sought to protect, sought to defend, and their forces were quick to follow them. Both Island operation was certainly impressive, but that's not exactly our style. All I can do is put my faith in the Senate and push them onwards. Our style is, trust me, to bring you back, no matter how many times they cut you down. Let's wipe them out. Our style is not living. Our style is dying.
장부에 적힌 놈들은 볼 때마다 기가 막히네. 우리 중지가 엄지처럼 엄격.
입을 열 시간이 있나?
엄지처럼 이해할 수 없는 걸 요구하는 것도 아닌 것 같지.
Ah, you're not lake entities. Sea tower. Would have been fun. Anyone missing? No one goes for him. Ramen. Can you take someone else? Who's that you're saying? Yeah, sorry. You are not that important. Hello, cat. Don't worry, I'm almost done. You can lay down. And I'll bring you food too.
대성공이야.
Keep an eye sleep.
지원한다.
노래 부를까?
What can you do?
아름다운가.
승객이 딱
I
한
didn't look
번
how many
먹였어.
enemies. I guess it's 25 again. What? I don't know. Right, this is going to be second head. 2 waves, 14 the first wave.
안정판 고양이 스티커를 붙여주기.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
What defensive ones?
딱 반쯤 죽여버려.
Sniper shot gets stronger.
좀 이하면 맞추겠네. 그게 대결.
깔끔하게 물었군.
14 of those. I did not count how many died. Insane, please. No, insane. Oh, that was the worst one to lose. What the fuck are you saying?
꽤 재밌는 상대를 만났어.
I trusted in you. You betrayed this trust. No worries.
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
멀미봉투는 좌석 밑에 있어. 메피한테 토하지 마.
It's okay, you think. Next time, be a bit more better talking about it.
타겟 포착. 1시간.
Good. Another stadium. Back on to activate. Go, Mower, sorry. Ah, he didn't even hit heads, that's great.
좋아. 이번에는 제대로 들어갔군.
시작한다.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
2, 1, 2, 3. He lives. 1.
우와, 가름도 깜짝.
Look at it. It's turning. I don't remember who you were. Please kill him. That's the last coin, I
이
think.
작살, 필살의 집념이 담겨 있지.
Just like that.
보았나?
Good job,
적은
Ishmael.
이렇게 진리가졌다. 우리의 확고한
Healed
승리가
harpoon and sanity for
눈앞에 있다.
someone else. That is all I wish for. Yeah, like, good job. And
우와,
that was
가름도
the last
깜짝.
of them. Now the stuff is like this. Like this.
타겟 포착.
You lost your buff. That's through you. 3 more
깔끔한
bullets.
헤드샷. 머리통에 적시했다고.
그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Nice hit, Gregor. Nice. One mirror sword. That one dies.
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Sorry, Sen.
손들, 나를
가름도
보호해라.
깜짝.
Oh, I'm missing. I think there was too much on the other one. Should have done more for this one. Way more.
잘했군.
Yep.
한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 손들, 나를
가름도
보호해라.
깜짝.
One dice this turn. And next turn.
죄를
is the next
새겨주겠어.
wave. Nita, could we get this next skill free, please? We can't have that many skills in real life. Please. If you lift this. Fucking hell. Okay, he didn't do it.
손들,
기다리면
Yeah,
나를
that's
보호해라.
Steffi's way.
1초만 기다려줄게.
So it's just you. And there is Leo. Ah, that's way too easy to get rid of. Really? Another skill one? Please play. Please. This one, flashman is one clear so next, one starter. What the fuck? Can you please put shit together? Spider shit. Oh god.
살을 빼어내.
one more green? For the first, I think that's green.
혈이 낭자오.
저놈을 추적해.
And staggered.
그들어줄게.
And that one too. No, oh, wait, no, that's not a stagger. It is a stagger. I was actually lying. And mass attack. I really like this one. Not as much as Soda, but I like it. I just have an affinity for Soda.
이 정도 이벤트는 보여줘야지.
눈부시지 않고 두려워.
우와, 하름도 깜짝.
Heathcliff, what the fuck are you doing? You really don't want to give me green, do you? There we
총원
go.
불격.
Yes, I know you have no ammunition. I know that for a while. Let us be free, please.
뭘 잘못했는지 아는 것부터가 시작이랬어.
I beg of you.
이 작살. 필살의 집념이 담겨있지.
Staggered at least.
보았나? 저건 이렇게
Oh,
진리가
that's
났다.
odd stuff.
우리의 확고한 승리가 눈앞에 있다.
And
적들이
next fight
흔들흔들
gets the poison eagle.
기회 아니야?
You know what? It's like very contentious. Next turn, you can finally shoot. Is there gonna be a next turn? I have no idea.
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Who knows? Maybe, maybe not. An even hype player. It's your turn, Hungry.
흐릿한 등화, 곱게 접은 종이 번져. 식후의 한 용이라 빈 벼루에 남았구나.
1타입기 맞지? 카론 수담해줄게.
Now it's just him.
기세가 수그러지는 반격의 기회다. 저놈을 추적해.
I'm not even sure if he's going to survive this. He doesn't survive.
야호.
Oh, you're back
이기는
up.
편,
Whoa.
우리 편.
Look, anything special? Okay, too late. You have no safety thing where you just... Anyway. I am sorry. You are going to die. Sure of that one. Die.
점만 노린다. 그만 해두셔. 당근의 근처.
Don't think he's doing so well.
그 자체야.
Terrible logic bullet. Just like it should be. Only took me an entire fight. We gotta stay free. Again.
한 놈도 남지 않을
And it's
때까지
over.
지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Unless you have any surprises.
먼저 빠진다.
Bye, Heathcliff. Mission accomplished. So, was pretty persistent. Fabius flees again, using Sea Terror and his followers as meat shields. Wait, no, I see it now. It's not Fabius who putting them in harm's way to save himself. The sea towers and the cultists are throwing themselves in our way, entirely willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure that Farius gets away. But for all that, the only place left for him to flee on the ship, wounded and cornered by the sinner, and Iron's lamplight was the deck. Nowhere left to run, Farius. I understand you can't help but continue to crash and struggle to live, even knowing that there's no hope. But running, it'll only make your pain worse. That's different. Fabi didn't want to live. A voice echoes from under the dark sky. Maya? Mayas? Mayas appearing quite different from how she did a moment ago. She approached Ferris slowly, her expression solemn and mournful. She looks down at him wordlessly. I told you that your methods won't win their understanding, Ferris. What a shame. I thought those with such wisdom and attitude would... I hope you would still be able to realize your ideal here, even after I'd left. It will be realized Ferris may die here, but we will remain. Now it's time to devour me. What Ferris blurted out through us off once again, even before... Wait, who did... Ah, he said devour me. I didn't expect him to talk about himself in third person. So yeah. What Ferris blunted out threw us off once again, even before we regained our footing from the shock of realizing Maya's true allegiance. Eat. Oh, looks like they're about to give us a live demonstration of some gourmet art. I hear that's pretty common in District 23 backstreets, but I'd rather not see it in person. Hey, I think I'm gonna look away. That's okay, right? Just what? Just what? Doctor, weaker Seaborn willingly let themselves be devoured by stronger ones, thereby sharing their experience and nutrients with them. This is a commonly accepted practice among them. It is but a behavior that prioritizes survival over all else. This isn't done in any sense of sacrifice. The time is here, devour me, set sail towards your ideal. Sorry, Fairy. I've still got some canned food left for me on this ship, and I think I delay becoming a seaborn for a little while. Why? I found a new destination. I gain a new power from there, and then become a seaborn, so now it's not yet the time. If that is as you will, O Bishop, don't worry, your flesh will fatten the bloodkin of the sea. Maya waves her hand and sea towers climb up on the vessel from the ship and begin tearing Ferris apart to pieces. Despite the way it looked, Ferris looked exhilarated. Nary a look of suffering or pain wrinkled his face as they ripped his flesh apart. We turned away from the scene that could not be described as anything else other than cannibalism to look at Maya. Catus, is she? Don't need to ask question when the answer lies plainly before you, Doctor. What is happening? Where for the young Mayos? It wasn't Fabius. Mayos was the Bishop of the Deep. Great. That's a lot of. Just a bit more.
오늘은 제사비로 손해를
Eh,
메울
one
필요가
more talk
없네요.
session and one more fight then, I guess. Yes, you are very cute, kid. They've played us. Don't despair, we still have the upper hand. We defeated Fabius and his cultists already, and even if they were to summon more sea towers, we should be able to hand them without much trouble. Hey, Aiga, just what were you thinking the entire time as you deceived us? I had a feeling I knew what she was going to say to that. She was either going to say that it was for our sake, that it wasn't a deception at all. Or maybe she gives us one final gloating. But her reply, the words of which were carefully selected after gazing out at the far ocean, was not what any of us could have expected. I'm sorry. I thought this would be the better way to approach you, but I see how I can come across as nothing more than deception. You're sorry, why? None wants to know why you're sorry. Well, that's because I did something wrong. Wait, hold on. You've been deceiving us all along, Mayors, and now you're gonna... Oh, what exactly are you after? You're after the same thing the geezer was, ain't that right? Turn us into your bloodkin, that it was all for our sake, given all kinds of ridiculous excuses to turn us into one of those monsters? I do hope that all you would one day accept becoming Seaborn. But I'm not about to demand that you let yourself be transformed today. Right here and now I understand that we all need some time to mentally prepare ourselves. May I understand your statement to be implying that you will not be forcing this upon us, should we refuse? That's correct. It'd be against manners to do what Fabius did, shoving sea terror cells into your body out of nowhere. Manners, huh? Why I was taken aback by the fact that Mayos was a bishop of the deep. It was also true that Mayos had never tried to bring us harm, unlike Fabius, who attacked the sinners directly. While she did almost get us in big trouble with the Urin by explaining things to us. It's also true that Mayos has been extremely helpful so far. It was her who led us to the lighthouse, and it was her who stayed in the crumbling lighthouse until the repairs were done, as the terrifying night continued to sail its walls. What are your actual relationship to Fabius anyways? Just someone who also once strove to realize the vision of our ideal world. Our goal once converged, but not now. I was pretty taken aback too when they attacked you back at the village. Maybe he got greedy when he saw Faust and Otis repairing the ship. He got greedy? Fabius believed that welcoming capable people as bloodkin would expedite Seaborn's evolution. Cool, so you're still some cult leader, but you don't necessarily want to antagonize us. You still haven't told us what you're after, though. I'm going to the city that lies beyond the dimensional door. So you're trying to flee to a different world where the Inquisition won't be able to chase you? This isn't running away. I just want to help the people of the city, that's all. So I'm bringing the Seaborn with me to the... No. You can keep them. They are yours. Have fun with them. Don't tell me you're going to invade the city alongside those monsters. Then the falcon suddenly blared and the ship shook as it began to move. Vessel must have begun to move. Is this an automated sailing program? We now sail towards the dimensional door. I let Rhodes Island and Arena go right in front of the door, so don't worry. Did you see it? Just tell us to not worry? Faust? Please calm yourself, Natty. It's not yet been determined if that is indeed the dimensional door, and I can direct you back to the city. No? No, it has to be. The warm, shining light and the voice from within is getting clearer and clearer. Oh, fuck! No! Why the she's hearing the voice? No. Why don't we just let them into the city? The battles thus far have been well enough demonstrate the levels of danger Seaborn's pose. However, I doubt they get very far even if they were to enter the city, don't you agree? If Plankton, you've seen what happens when sentient, non-human entities enter the city. They have to take action the moment they realize their presence. Of course we must prepare ourselves for a full concussion in case they decide to let Limbus company sponsor it once the dust settles. Yet it's also very likely that we will fully escape any ability as we saw in the memories of the massacre. Your thoughts, Faust? Urban Nightmare, however, considering this specific enemy, it will not take long for them to rise to become star of the city level threats. There's a reasonable possibility that they may be suit the classification. Is that not an acceptable risk? If not the head, they should be managed by a wing. This isn't that terrible of a calamity. But Kate just shook her head with, no, your technology seems to be based on something else, which is never or general arts nor any of its varying technology, and that is precisely what could make your world vulnerable against Seaborn. It is because they learn fast. Yes, those on the front lines of the war against Seaborn stubbornly stick to using traditionally low-tech weapons. Deploying high-tech weaponry against them is only going to make you an enticing meal. Then can't we just let whichever unfortunate wing that ends up fighting these? Do take into account that it may take a significant amount of time to earn that trust. Eventually, if they're rapidly convinced, there would be other parties with alternative perspectives on the matter, complicating the issue. The situation will rapidly go out of control if Backstreet Syndicate or Fixer get involved, unless the head designates a taboo to prevent it. Even then, considering what she has been saying, yes, we must consider the possibility that they may be capable of absorbing the head's technology as well, before they are expelled from the city. How do you plan on helping the people of the city, Mayor? By giving them a chance to become Seaborn. What are you on about, become Seaborn? She ain't all there either, huh? What kind of help is that? Mayor? You know what kind of difference from what Church Deep is doing here? No, it's different. Because someone showed the city oh no. No. The light? The beam of light from the white nights and dark days, and how do you... Could it be? Becoming Seaborn is to become a part of the great will called We Many. By doing so, one can become reborn as a life form, but at the cost of ego, the sense of self. And that's always been my issue with it. Everyone has beliefs of their own, dreams of their own. It feels too empty to lose all of that when they never lose their sense of self as they become Seaborn. Look, I want each Seaborn to have their own wishes. But the light shining through the dimensional door to our world is too faint to push them towards that evolution. She wants the light? Oh fucking hell, no! What the fuck? If only the light of the city could become more tangible, it just might be able to give every Seaborn an identity of their own, to remain uniquely themselves. Then why is it that you advance towards those of the city, joining the Seaborn when one could simply learn from the light a forward turning here? At first I thought all I need was the clue to a better evolution, but Don Quixote's tales of adventure changed my mind. Mine adventures? You don't understand just how precious you all are. And how would you, when you were born in that kind of world from the very start, a place where life has become a commodity and gold one of its few religions. The city has abandoned yesterday to survive today, and by doing so has given up on its morals. Just as I need the light, the city needs Seaborns. It needs the tenacious hold to life and the absolute unconditional selflessness. But at the end of the day, it's still means that everyone has to turn into monsters. People ostracize others. Something that isn't like me, something that feels alien to me, something I don't know or understand. So that feels natural because Seabonds are not human, but you just have to cross that threshold once. Miss Mayor, do you believe the nature of humanity to be evil? Humans are selfish, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. Good things can come from selfishness, that's for sure. But the side effects have become simply unsuitable. Doctor, you've been to countless battlefields where Rhodes Island has fought tooth and nail for the rights of the infected. But what came of it? Peace? No, it's the same. But still, we're all still getting better little by little. I'm not trying to deride those small, incremental steps and call them meaningless. Change takes time and should I continue, I believe your efforts can be a beacon of light that will lead humanity towards a brighter future. But what about everyone who is sacrificed while you're taking the time, taking those incremental steps? Every single day of that incremental change is marred by unjust deaths. Some are enslaved for no other reason than their difference. People live on in that despair that seems to have no end. I agree with what the light told me. People are diseased. They are so sick that even in the far-flung future, even on the day the world ends, they will continue to fail to look forward, obsessed with scrutinizing each other in search of those differences. Even when every eager who turns to see, they're still going to bully and take anyone with potential ears, labeling them eager. Even when Ophiuchus is truly eradicated, people are still going to suspect and prosecute someone as they're infected. People are imperfect beings. You're right. There probably isn't anyone out there who can really sacrifice themselves for the sake of others without nothing but perfect selfishness. But not when it comes to Seaborn. They don't suffer from all this absurdity, nor are they concerned to sacrifice against their will. They have the power to progress towards a better future, built from mutual understanding. Because their kind of life form that seeks common ground instead of scrutinizing for differences. The bells. She's hearing her. She's not talking to us anymore. No! Wow! A strange shape formed shimmer and measured before Mayors. I couldn't quite tell what it was, but it was round and looked like a towel. It is possible that she had already met a fluorescence. Holy shit, she's actually... What the fuck is happening? I don't know. Holy shit! I need to calm down for a second. We've been... Okay, I'm calm again. Holy shit, that's... This isn't anything like the arts. What is happening in front of me, Smile? Is our proximity to the dimension door increasing the possibility of infants coming over from the city? Precisely. Connection to Faust returning to normal levels seems to indicate that. Wait, can people in other worlds, Mayors, also manifest ego? Internal conflict and entities regardless of my fucking hands totally dying there. Both my hands are asleep out of stress. Holy shit. They are from the city or not. Therefore, yes, Faust is quite positive to this possibility as well. However, what does that mean? The potential to present an ego implies that potential to distort as well. You've been dreaming for a long time, Mayors, drawing your own picture of an cat, you and away, idolized world. And you have chosen the ocean as the means to build a path towards that vision. Yet why have you failed to take the leap of faith yourself? I had to make preparations. Seaborns are built, there's no doubt about it. It's just that a key piece was missing to will really achieve what I want. You're not being honest with yourself. I know it very well that you are afraid to become one of them. The fear that you once creed might crumble, that you might lose your own sense of self, your ego. The fear that you might end up becoming nothing more than just another thing swept up by the ineffability overwhelming will. Isn't it terrifying that this hope can just disappear in a blink? Who is she talking to? Is this something Limbus can experience with? If so, I'd appreciate an explanation. She is hearing that voice. When that singular faith that one has absolute confidence and breaks in one fell swoop and their incarnate will is shattered, people of the city have the potential to distort into a monstrous form at any time. It is said that these phenomena are often accompanied by distorting individual hearing a disembodied voice. Indeed, those who distort would often behave as though they were engaged in a conversation, of course. The same could be said for those who awaken egos. At first I thought it was Kathy, but it wasn't her. The voice was beautiful, comforting, and even cozy. The kind of voice that puts all deep contemplations to sleep, so calm and so warm. There's more to the sunshine than its warmth. The sunshine? You don't share your interest with the other devotee survivor. Isn't that what you care about? What you really care about is giving everyone a chance to experience what it feels like to live in a world of warmth and fury it may be. Why? We had to be about bringing, just prolonging our existence. What really matters isn't survival, it's what we all leave behind for prosperity, our legacy. As long as there's a guarantee that the light can indeed protect the sense of self, it'd be more than enough to convince people to become seaborn. Please, you don't have to concern yourself with that. You don't have to concern yourself with what other people might think, Mayas. But everyone has their own wishes. I can't just bulldoze over theirs to force mine upon them. But that's not what you really believe, is it? You know what's better than anyone. While you hesitate, countless people who are bound to the inescapable bridle will continue to suffer. That might be true, but it's okay. You don't have to hide the shape of your heart, its colors. The only thing you have to concern yourself with is how you can lead the people of the city in terror. Okay, can we just sit here and let this happen? Operators to position. Operators unable to approach. She's surrounded by a strange field doctor. Whenever someone would distort due to a reason other than the monolith, a strange pressure would prevent our approach, as though to stop us from interfering. Looks like that applies here, too, all the way over in another world. Love is our collective destination, after all. So please, let go of this tool that might break your heart. Don't force yourself to walk the path of thorns. Your pilgrimage needn't be that of suffering. No, you don't believe in curse, do you? Other than this, anyway. Don't you think we should find a better, faster path with less suffering before more people inevitably hurt each other with their ill intent? You're right. If there is no more, it has to happen faster. I can't waste any more time with people suffering. Follow your wishes, follow your desires. And paint. Let's show them the painting of your world reflected in your eyes. Before this composition they believe in becomes completely worthless. She distorted. I understand the shape of your heart and what makes you want to enter the city, but we still know so still about the seaborns, about terror, about life. Whatever may have lit the fire under your feet, I can't bring you with us to the city as you are now. Even before the sinners had the chance to translate my words, Maya slowly turned in my direction as though she clearly understood my words. But I must, Dante. Your adventures were full of exhilarating tales, and I saw kindness in every word and action. You and your friends, but that's not enough. You don't think they change? No, they will. In the far, far future. And in brilliance bursts forth from before Maya. Past the light I saw the ocean. The calm sound of gently lapping, crashing waves, the immense golden brilliance. A portal, where did it come from? A dungeon? A dungeon of the fathoms. A gate that leads into one's heart. This parity is where LCB department speciality begins. While what lies beyond this does not necessarily warrant Roden Island's presence. Can you guys help? I don't know what kind of fathom I'm walking into, but I have a feeling that we're going to need your assistance. Dr. Calvin? We're only here to investigate the dimension door, but I don't want us to turn our backs on people we can't help. Rhode Island, accept Limbus Company's cooperation request. I go too. You're still in Liberia. I can't let Liberian business be handled solely by outsiders, let alone an innocent continent. Connect to the Church of the Deep. Don't worry, it's not like this is the first time we're letting someone in our group into our dungeons of the fans. Will be fine. More sea towers. Given the circumstance, it seems very likely the sea towers that were swarming the lighthouse are coming this way as well. With Gardy here. You will staying behind them. And Maya will go with you, Doctor. Following Maya's already disappeared into the portal. We take our steps into the utopia world beyond. Holy shit. This is so cool! Calm down. I need to calm myself again. First, you are equipped. But you, I am sorry. I would like to use that ego. But I do like this one a bit more, sadly, for now. And I need the poise. Other people, not all egos equipped. You. Wizard. Status. You are equipped. You are equipped. And you are equipped. It's pretty good today, though. Even if I don't use Tremor. This one. And you're wowing too. What's with you? You are fine. I think that's it.
가스 점화! 엔진 시동!
You won't get full bonus, but that's okay. News of the rare War is getting grimmer by the day. The sea terrors are coming, swarming. This is the day when the ocean-born calamity broke and sank eager, seemingly infinite after Startworth's growth. Aren't you going to the surface, Mayors? More and more people have been getting too anxious to stay in Eager. I'm not. If Eager falls, it only means that the surface is soon to follow. Why think you head to the surface too? I'm thinking about it. Why, there weren't that many people around me began to leave for the surface. I considered some of them to be close acquaintances. They all tried to convince me to leave with them. But fleeing my home in favor of the land didn't feel right. The foretold calamity descended. It dealt a heavy blow to Eager, but the surface suffered much worse. I had to help them. How could I not, after hearing that such a terrible thing has happened? I think I head to the surface. Seriously? The surface? Thinking hard about it before you go? If you leave now, coming back might no longer be an option. Every day must be a struggle for them. At least I don't have to fear for the immediate tomorrow. So it's my responsibility to provide help, as someone who's better off than them, even by a little. I know, but I don't go there to help. Things only get much more dangerous for the land dwellers. Maybe that danger is the very thing that hurt you. I still think I have to help them. I procured myself an Hegarian research vessel at a cheap price to bring me to land. Unable to ensure to even submerge itself while moving, this wasn't exactly the best ship out there, and I normally wouldn't have even given it a second look. But I thought it would at least help me navigate the coastal sea. I didn't expect this. The very first thing I witnessed on the surface was the bottomless hostility against the Eager. They denied my and Eager's offer to help for the sole reason that I came from the sea. They denied my compassion, my research. Get lost. We don't need your stupid research. You're from the same place that calamity, aren't you? Do you really think that we're so stupid that we trust you? They confiscated my catalyst and tore my research apart. My wish to stand with them against the calamity was devoured by their hatred born of the sea, of the same calamity. Any kindness, any compassion I gave them was repaid tenfold in hatred and suspicion. Did the terrible conditions of this land transform them into monsters, or was this always their nature? I was long before the research vessel I brought from Eager was confiscated out of suspicion. A few weeks later, when I finally came across that vessel by the beach, there was an uncanny name inscribed on its side: Rebellion de las Masas. But none of that was enough to stop me from continuing my research for the sake of the land dwellers. I went through so many trials and errors to somehow impede the sea terror's rapid evolution, to relieve the librarian's soil contained by the never-cease brand. But my work bore barely any fruit, and I let the days float by as I watched the Inquisition arrest the Eager one by one. When my sea tower sample and research note came into view, they all looked completely different from one another. Some of them were fundamental different psychologically. Even still, nothing stopped them from being us instead of I. And for the first time I became doubtful of my efforts their evolution. Her tales were entirely fabrications. Maya is a bishop of the Church of the Deep, so that automatically makes her a sinner in the eyes of the Inquisition regardless of her reasons. The more I studied them, the more I found them to be such compassionate, altruistic creatures. All they cared about was their survival without even a hint of selfishness. They're not some evil monsters from the sea. Mayors, I concede that seaborns may not be evil, but it doesn't matter what they are when they are kindly life forms or whether they are simply a different form of civilization. It doesn't matter, because Liberia and her Inquisition does not define Seaborn as evil. Seaborns are our enemy, threats to humanity, human existence. I have but one thing to say as an Inquisitor. You, all of you are my enemy. But it would be a good thing for the Inquisition if I were to leave the city, wouldn't it? Why would you say that? It's a good thing for us to toss our problems in another world? That'd be like abandoning our pride. Unless they, the people of the city, give you permission as prisoner, I can't let you do that. Yeah, don't get your hopes up about that either. You can wrap it in a box that says compassion for all you want, but Mayor, because isn't exactly the direction I'd like to sail in. As the rest of the sinners prepare for battle, in silent agreement with Ishmael's stand, Mayors muttered with genuine disappointment. Didn't want to have to do it. Waves, they had no better word to describe the horde of sea terror crashing into us. But this is the only way it could be ended. New worlds are composed entirely of your own color and no one else's. Manager Dungeon, right? You speak? We will hold the line and defend this place against the sea terror rushing in from the rear. So in the meantime, can you take down Maya and deal with the remaining sea terror? Absolutely. The manager has responded affirmatively. All operators will be drawing the sea terror to us. We don't need to take them all down, just need to act as a wall between the wave and the people of Limbus Company. Irene, I would like to ask for you to help as well. As for please assist Limbus Company just in case. Okay then, let the mission begin. This is so cool! Illusion of Joy. I see. Complete illusion of joy. Could have just held us straight and narrow. Newton. What are you doing? Pretty sure there's a poised orders. Doesn't matter now. Hello, cat. There we go.
동부쉔크 3과
Hi.
돈키호테.
Do you want to jump? If yes, then just jump. Oh, why is this so cool?
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて本当に嬉しいです。
And that's win rate 5. 15 of them. That's not that bad. It shouldn't take too long. It's hard to speak after all this. So others can be stored. Dorothy isn't limited to our world. And Ego isn't limited either, huh? Alice? And we heard her again. We heard Carmen again. She talked again. And Lou mentioned the bells. So it isn't just us.
이 작살에 필살의 심령이 담겨있지. 보았나?
Why
저건
did she
이렇게
have to
지붕이
stop?
난다.
I feel sorry for her. honestly just seems to have good intentions.
이러면 쏠 수 있죠?
And second wave.
불경!
Only more reason to stop her. Because she isn't evil.
공로 지원한다.
She does have good intentions. He doesn't use the right way.
머리통이 작살났다고.
So, but that explains why she knew so much of other worlds.
잘했군! 저놈을
She
추적해!
got in contact with Carmen long before.
Mission accomplished.
Wait, not long before, but she got in Carmen at least before we met her. There seems to be a commotion at the village square. Villagers are surrounding someone with a clear intent to threaten. The evil sorcerer's gone, so why won't this calamity end? Explain. Be honest, you couldn't. You just couldn't stand to watch Liberia thrive, could you? If it weren't for that calamity, we would have. Look, please, I'm just here to share some research notes. What? How to fight those sea monsters? Oh, now you're looking to help us? Newsflash. It's too damn late. These scraps of paper won't do anything to help us. The locals firmly believe that the calamity was brought here by the eagles. We have to put a stop to this. We feel a mob turning towards us. An evil sorcerer started the profound science. He pretended to work for us, but turned out that he was driven by an envy for Liberians' property. Don't try to stop us, outsider. They came from the sea, just like the sorcerer herself. As they were processing the hunger, a harrowed look of villagers came into Sinner's eye. A villager cradling an empty bundle of cloth, a child holding a staff and a head that was far too large for him. They all lost a lot, and that void in your heart blinds you. It makes it unbearable to keep your emotions in check. This is how they deal with sorrow. There were no emotions or intent to be found in the great calamity that devoured Liberia whole. So they sharpened their sorrows into wayward wraths against those who came from the sea, just like the calamity itself, which means someone needs to direct the anger against the rightful foes. Irini, step back, citizens. Even if we were to determine that the eager has committed crimes, it falls under the Inquisition jurisdiction to carry out the consequences. If the eager is innocent, do understand that your actions cannot be permitted. It seems that Irini managed to provoke some throughout in the mob as they slowly walked away from the eager, until they eventually scattered away. Thank you. As you can see, I hail from eager. Ever since the profound silence, I devoted myself to studying in Seaborn and never went to help the land dwellers. I don't know where my colleagues have all gone, but what's the point of this anymore? They don't want my help, so why should I give it to them? He seems gratified by his experience at Liberia. They might not when they help. There's to be someone who needs help. They might not, but they might. There's to be someone who should speak. You cannot lose, so you speak. Thank you, Eflip. Maybe it was just a matter of what they actually want. I should approach this more carefully and possibly find a different research angle. Maybe it should be about trying to find a way to restore the soil from all the salt that destroyed it. Oh, if you are headed to the sea, would you take this with you? These are years worth of sea terror research notes. Taking them, maybe you find more use for them than I or the land dwellers did. After handing over his research note, the eagle walks away with an unburdened expression.
자, 되냐?
Sea Terror notes obtained.
수한테 이런 거 시키지 좀 마라.
Deal damage against enemies. Deal 10% more damage, deal 1% additional for every enemy defeated for every part broken during this encounter. Makes 20. Can activate the buff effect by breaking the same part repeatedly. If there are enemy terror, sea terrors among the enemies, the buff effect additionally activates a maximum potential regardless of the condition.
어머, 부탁드려요.
I feel so sorry. I really hope my voice isn't annoying.
敵が来ます。皆さん
I'm sadly
戦
quite
闘の準備を
unconfident
자,
voice.
어쩌겠지 잘
Oh,
생각해보라고.
it's for focus encounter. Right, too late to get that one.
敵に対して
Right, he is
大
fucking
き
dead.
な打撃を与えました。
That one too. I'm not sure anyone survives there, actually. Especially because the effect just going to that Squonker. With every death we do more damage. That's the eagle give. So yeah. They're not doing well, are they? That one maybe surviving. And it's on Yusuke free, so... Nope! He is gone.
効果的な攻撃でした。
That one? He has finished, so he has a chance.
あるんだろ
You know what? Yeah, he has a good chance. Just 64. And counter. That one does not have such a good chance. 100, 3 points skill. Huh? He lived. But more damage this turn. Anyone get this attack double? Yes, you. Let's go down. That should be good enough. I think this fight is as good as over. More damage. How much more damage? I have no idea.
좋아, 깔끔한
Not
헤드샷.
enough.
머리통에 적살났다고.
예상 못했나봐.
Especially for the longer fight in the way thing.
기세가 수그러지는 저놈을
From the
추적해.
longer fight from Kilo 50 on. That's just 30% more damage. In the later wave. Pretty good. Especially because there's no downside here. Oh, thank you.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Oh, this is on 1 now, so I'm just going to do that. No one is unclashed, no one is unclashed. So, there we go. That should be a beat. Not a single one should survive this turn. Unless something goes horribly wrong. Which always is a possibility, honestly, but I just hope not. Always stay positive. At least I hope so. Okay, maybe not always stay positive. I should have learned something out of some of these stories.
담겨 있지.
Always be true to say. Ow! Well, something did go horribly wrong, didn't it? Well, it could always be worse.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Dominating.
기세가 수그러지는
Wait, that one is pretty dead. I don't think he's going to survive this.
점만 노린다.
Shoot him. There he goes.
헤드샷. 머리통에
Completely
적살났다고.
annihilated. Deleted from existence. 2. Counter down.
선원들
このまま行けば
나를
敵を食い
보호해라.
止められます。
It doesn't even make a difference. I just did it because I can, I guess.
생각해보라고.
Alright, this fight is over. Not as bad. I didn't target the last one again, did I? I lied actually. This fight isn't over. Now the fight is over.
Mission accomplished.
And I still really need to find out how to gain more engagement. How do we gain attention?
차원 파동
You want
장갑
attention?
충전 완료.
I have the need for attention.
リンバスカンパニーの皆さんとご一緒できて
Wait, no, one way to gain attention, but I'm not going to sing to making drama. I might want attention, but levels not even I'm thinking to.
총원 불격.
That would be
아름다운 것. 그렇지 않은 것.
not a cool thing to do.
敵に対して大きな打撃を与えました
이 작살
Rather stay clear as possible.
담겨 있지.
効果的な攻撃でした
육청.
I've seen plenty of people who constantly just. It's sad because all they can see is drama. It's not fun. For the people doing it, not for the people around them.
사선이 비었어.
시야 확보. 쏜다.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
I'd rather be happy. And stupid. No, I'm not very intelligent. I'm certainly very unable to get a job.
자,
And I'm
어쩌겠지. 잘
kind
생각해보라고.
of scared of humans. Or something else. And you won't believe it. Most jobs need humans. The most money you get is from
자신세가
making
죽으러
newspapers.
가냈군.
In the middle of
한
the
놈도 남지
night.
않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다.
That's
실세는
just like
없다.
15 euros a month? Not a lot. I really have to consider what games I buy. If I could buy more games, I would stream more. What a
敵
surprise.
は深手を負っていま
Because
す
would have more games to play, but I don't. Right. I'm happy that I don't have to get more gacha builds and that soon the Digimon game comes out. I've been waiting for a long time for.
서울을
Which still one game my money is going into. And most likely Stakesong. I still haven't spoiled myself. I know nothing. Not a single boss. Nor anything else. And I'm actually quite excited to play Stakesong. The hate of update is also the single thing. God damn it. There's a lot to do. And I have a lot of time.
흉터의 결과요.
그쪽 방향이 아닐
Who
텐데.
knows which one I'm playing
さ
next?
らにように優れた式ですね
The thing is, it's quite a while for the next bigger Limbus coming update. Wasn't it,
このままいけば
no,
敵を食い止められます
no Intervallo because this is basically Intervallo? What was the other thing? No Reflection Railway because they want to focus on the Ryoku chapter? Was that the thing? Could also be a complete misinformation, I don't remember. My memory isn't that good. But I think I'll move away. Possibly. There's a chance.
한 점만 노린다.
Okay, I'm not confident anymore. We only had one call. Doesn't matter. I love how those things just get thrown away. Are we done here?
깔끔하게 물었군.
Anyway.
기세가 수그러지는 공격의 기회다.
I'm really excited for Ryoku chapter 2. Which are my favorite?
선원들, 나를
の
보호해.
I haven't really thought about it.
確認する必要がありそうです
Which is my favorite and my least favorite sinner? I think my favorite is the Honglu. I love Honglu. Honglu is great. But for others? think afternoon it would be Otter. I don't know why, but I like Otter. Then... Otter... Thing? Thing. Donkey Otter. Then... How?
잘했군. 한 놈도 남
Well, it's many
선원들.
people that don't like house. I do like house. I find house is a very pleasant character.
된다. 서울을
Otis, then kill the cow.
ダンテさんの作戦とても効果的でした。
Would be nice. I think he's saying
선원들.
Ishmael,
나를 보호해라.
Heathcliff, Marisol, Sinclair, Rowland. And Rowland can still change because he also still story as well as Sinclair and Gregor. I'm pretty sure their stories are gonna come up again. Next lighting characters is which character story am I most interested in? Is another thing. I do think it's Otis. I think I'm most interested in Otis' story. I think we know the least of them.
向こうにも事情があるのでしょう。ですが、私たちは止まれません。
죄를 새겨주겠어.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that's all. Yeah? I don't think I can talk about why. Kill those things.
먼저 빠진다.
Well, sadly I never got to play Arknights. I still want to, but I wasn't very good at getting emulators to work. Yeah, that's my goal as soon as I understand how the fucking emulator works. I can tell, not very smart.
움직임이 어설퍼요.
잘했군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Which one? Let's go for the middle. There is a long line of people. God damn it. I should drink some water. Hydration is important after all. There's a long line of people waiting outside a rundown building. Inside people in hoods are distributing something to the visitors. I thank the ocean's blessing. No. We only wish to help you sate your hunger even a little. We haven't seen you around here. Clearly you've traveled far to get here. Welcome. Sorry everyone, please understand the newbie. People in hoods dragged us inside. It's not much, but it should hopefully be able to sate your hunger. White fish, huh? Amir and Eric called them fine beasts. slipped into our bags and pretend we ate them. Hunglo, I'm completely fussy. We're so glad you enjoyed the food. But did you actually eat it or Hunglo replies calmly. Where the flavor was certainly unique, we did like it. At the start they seemed to withdraw their suspicion and turned away. At that they seemed glad to hear it. Please come back anytime and we'll share some more. Without any reason to say, we left the building. I felt a little prick on the back of my head as though the hooded people were staring at us. We walked away, but we managed to quicken our pace and disappear.
계획을
Sea Tower Jerky.
세워두면 이런 것도 어렵지 않답니다.
Ooh, tier 4. Turn start inflict 3 defense level down to all enemies and focus into all parts. It's just 3 defense level down. If sea towers are present, 7. It was 3 defense level down, okay. At the center of what happens to be an arc symbolizing the city. Let's take a quick break here. Are you alright, Doctor? You just need to take a quick breather. You should probably work on your cardio or might have to piggyback you around. Yeah, well, once we get back I start working out like Katis suggested. Executive Manager, if it ever comes to it, you may trust me with the pig. Thank you, Otis. I'm good. Perhaps being in close proximity to my vision or utopia of the center of the light did something. Sea-ones near us only gave us a passing glance without attacking us. Something about the way they looked at us felt like they were concerned about us. The sinners couldn't help but look away with a funny feeling. I feel sour regret. Maybe these feelings are denials for all those times she spent antagonizing over this. Can we really bring back Miss Myers? We'll help her return. That's what we're here to do, after all. Alright, let's rest up for a bit before moving on. Take a moment to collect ourselves and move on. All that sinners were after, and any surviving sinner to max HP. Mayors Fathom.
헌팅 커틀러리
go.
준비 끝.
I really want to save her. I don't think she's evil. So beautiful. Mayors despair. The repulsiveness of people's ill intent. And the faint hope from the light found within. Holy shit, the music. All kinds of emotions and memories rise to the surface of Amia's heavens, then sink again. Those same thoughts seep into me as well, unfiltered. The sins that people have committed won't just go away. Humanity is ill-intended. Will propagate uncontrolled truth. But the tide that Miss Mayer is trying to summon to down will devour humanity, the civilization, the city they came for. So I don't think that's the right way to go. Not as long as Dante and the people of Limbus company refuse. This isn't like the time I would use the ego. In place of the light, a speck of darkness casts a shadow. Reach out into the darkness, a strange power causes through me. All sinners gain emotional connection for the duration of encounter. Holy shit! Holy long effect. On hit against enemies, 50% chance to gain 1 ego resource transferring unused skill infinity. When an enemy dies after an ally unit skill check, when an ally dies after an ally unit skill attack and gain 2 last least of units and encountering in 1 ego resource with affinity. When consuming the 5 ego resources, use 2 of each when using overclocked skills. And flashing skill does not deal damage after taking a specific penalty. What is that? Heal as being safe by the mountains soon. When this unit takes 90% damage from burn, bleed, tremor, what and thing first against him. Protection. Okay. Turn and consume Abyssal Vitality to summon the Sea Terror Horde. If there are 3 or fewer on the battlefield, run and summon either of those units. There are some of 3 vitality. Turn. Every time a Sea Terror summons skill take fixed HP damage. Minus 50% immune as combat phase and gain a new pattern. Disable different percent infested. Okay, this is getting disabled. When gaining class over the summon player, gain shield each to lock. When gaining speed, activate the effects of shield. Turn with shield, a turn end, when seeing shield break, we get it becomes stag and gain 5. Okay, break shield. Turns that apply to all enemies with less than 15. Gain 5 and gain further equal to double the amount of time before the comparison they will leave in this world. It was used after gaining a new pattern, boost the unit's skill slot by the number of staggered enemies every turn by 6 flags. Okay, that's nice. When on top of inside power 3, when hitting a hero with this skill convert from standby to combat ready, she forces them to start. Okay, first, where are you, Gregor? You are getting this that started. Your first is going to skill 3, I guess. Bring that. You're using this for the fight. That should have been everyone. Hoist established. Doesn't matter if it doesn't establish.
지금 산타さんの作戦とても効果的でした
Why did I even focus?
마침표를
Doesn't matter.
지금 공로 지원한다.
You can kill a seed on my car.
눈부시지
I
않고
think you
두려워하지
got it again. Good job, Gregor.
머물죠.
여긴 맡겨주세요.
선원들,
Now it's summoning. No, it's just that. No one chooses left. I don't trust anything yet. Target teammates. All of them. Take a few out on you. Why not?
잘 생각해보라고.
Wait, did he hit one of the ones in attack afterwards?
敵に対して多くの打撃を与えました
But again. Thank you, I guess. There goes all the poets, and yes, he hits one of them.
흐릿한 동화, 곱게 접은 종이에 던졌습니다. 식구의 한
Still good damage. The other ones all died,
バスカンパニーの参加
so it's not that bad.
また一つ学ばせていただきました
Okay.
いい着され 필살의 집념이
40 down.
담겨있지.
And we took some damage. Let's leave that. I can't hit the target on me.
敵は深手を負っています
It's never something that ends well. And I'm not taking the risk here. No one is missing anything. Because are really annoying. Everyone should get staggered before he can counter. Because I hope he does. Yep. I was wrong.
優れた式
What the fuck was that about? Doesn't matter. Still, what the fuck? More damage for her. And more damage for me actually because of the ego gift. The more deaths, the better. Another one.
その腕
敵は深手を負ってい
나를
ます
How
보호해.
much have you lost? Not that much. What are you doing indiscriminate? Anyone? There's something from Ellie. Bring on target. That should be, yeah. If it does its thing. Good enough. One. Let's say good damage.
한 점만 노린다.
Damn, still 100 damage. More than I expected with the 10 protection. Just kill them.
예상 못했나봐.
Friendly.
기세가 숲으로 차랬군. 한 놈도 남지 않을 때까지 지금을 반복한다. 쉴 새는 없다.
Problem? Okay. 100 damage for her again.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です
How much hooks do we have left? Not that many. That is not going to stay that way. Okay, we also saw that I think it's better right now. What are you doing? Hope this is just because you are alive. This time, maybe.
곱게 접은 종이의 왕자.
Nice bit of damage.
긴 도로에 남았구나.
Good amount of them died.
구속구가 나의 폭력을 저지하기엔 턱없이 모자르지.
One would definitely face change. No. Anyone? Anyone wanna die?
흐트러지게.
No? That's okay.
エリートオペレーター並みの腕前です。
Not in favor. Really not making this easy. I don't have enough of this stuff, so that should be good. This one. That should be it.
어쩌겠지.
Good
잘
enough.
생각해보라고.
No ammunition left.
흐트러지게.
Very good. One, two, almost dead. Okay, thank you. How much more do I have? That should be it. Next phase, here we go.
곱게 접은 종이의 왕자.
What?
긴 도로에 남았구나.
多数討伐
There we go. What is she doing now? Ouch. Ouch. Heavy Wayne. You've aged a lot since last time we met, Fairy. Is this a characteristic of your subways? You haven't aged a day. So what brings you to the Church of the Deep? Seabonds are indispensable in our preparation for the impending doom. Nothing, and I mean nothing else, can ensure the survival of humanity. Thus, it would only be right for me to join hands with those who are able to and willing to become Seabonds, to search for a way to prolong our existence. You're looking to use the knowledge of the wise and the talented as a nourishment for Seabonds, but that won't do anything more than prolong our existence. But is survival alone not enough? I thought a bishop of the church would share a majority of that belief with me. Barry, you and I both have to put our faith in the Seabond, but the word faith means something different for you than it does for me. Seabonds shouldn't be our objects of worship. We have to stand on equal grounds as them, and set our eyes on their natures. Please step aside. Desperation, sadness, sympathy. Maya's emotions gushed upwards, carried by bubbles. Terror, a land in which the heart hatred for the different has entranced itself. The city, a place in which people crushed by the trials of life have surrounded to do its absurdities. We both need the Seabond, perfected beneath the light. That is but your wish, Miss Maya. Faust does not believe to be necessary elements for the city. Even in the city, there are people who are searching for reasons to live on, dreaming of a better world. We all know that it can't possibly be easy to change, but there has to be some kind of worth and value in the process alone. In the city, we lead in the city. In the lives we lead in the city. What worth could there be to a life of the unkind? kind of humanity is doomed to existence, where all ever do is hurt and hate one another. Listen, efficient order, natural altruism, they are both virtues of humanity, but never lose sight of them. They're both virtues of humanity, never lose sight of them. But there's no such thing as absolute when it comes to the value of life. Survival is the right of all civilizations, which means that it should never be upon others to define the worth of life and argue for it. But what if there's no other way? Can you even understand what I'm saying? Some time had passed since I made Faramir my home. Unlike my predictions, the Seaborn's evolution seems to have lost explosive progress, and Fabius seemed to be content just observing the slow development. Maybe it's been there directionless without a specific wish. Even still, Seaborns were the key to changing terror in the land. To stand against the incoming calamity, we need their survivability and adaptation. And the humanity has turned exulsions into ill intent, needed the Seaborn's blind selflessness, altruism towards their own. So I never stopped my studies. Some things, small but sharp, continue to stab at my Why do I have for this time? Stab at my frustrated heart. Starfied and unable to be resolved. If we were to lose even our sense of self, and we assimilate into this stagnant great will, for the sake of survival, civilization had to be no more. For the sake of us, I had to be no more. The realization of that paradox made the first crack in my confidence that Seaborn were the answer to the problem Liberia, the land, and humanity faced, and throughout the cracks the seeds of doubt were sown. But I already come too far to find a path more beautiful than the Seaborns. No more wasting time with these stupid ruminations. There has to be a way, some kind of condition Seaborns need to fulfill to retain their sense of selves, to retain their individual hopes and wishes. I stood atop the initiation of years, indicated to this purpose, holding on to this precious hope and sealed by shaking heart. And that was the easy part. There are no better solutions. Don't look away from the answer that lies right in front of me. All I need to do is to find a way for Seaborns to hope and wish, and have them each carry a sense of self. I just had to repeat that to myself, like a mantra again and again. But my drifting days came to an end when I found a new path illuminated by the strange light from across the sea. And that day, yes, that day, when that faint blue light snow, I whispered, visited by me. Who's there? Whose voice is that? What? The answer sound through the eons by people I didn't recognize played over and over in my ears. The voice that spoke, it was muffled but warm and beautiful. The light of the city? The heart that was where lost, and emotions that were forgotten, the sense of self that... No, that's enough of that, but I'd like to hear more about the light. The light that has sprouted from the 10 virtues. And the image those words drew into my mind was clearer and more beautiful than ever. Terror, the city, they both failed to find a way out of this ride. Out of this bridle, they're going to be satisfied with living honest they are then. You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, even if you may be lost in the idea, you have to keep walking. Survival worth of life, as I've never been too certain about either of those complicated ideas, as I know unfailing creed which to convince her. That's not to say that the city has no need for its altruistic nature. Mayors wants to bring them. That's not to say that I have a better answer than the combination of the seaborn and light. He still, emotions, regrets, and conversations I found and collected over this journey alongside the sinners became my answer and I ticked on. Honestly, I don't really know the city all that well either. My memory only goes back a year, and for what is particular my entire existence I've been surrounded by the sinners and our adventures. Still, I really want to keep trying. You're right, the city is an absurd, vicious place, something new and horrible surprising every other day, but Mayors, that light you spoke of, I don't think that's what's producing the ego. It's what's protecting the ego, the sense of self. To protect it, you have to first, unflinching in both ways, the path that lies ahead and the one that you've walked. Then you confront them both. That right, the light has to. You're just working based on what you heard about the city and the light. Ain't that right? How can you be so confident that light be able to protect this seaborn sense of self? Ain't that just what you want to believe? I think it's a possibility. Even if the light can do what you hope it does, Mayor, it won't change anything. Turning our nature's time by transforming us into seaborn. A convenient method like that isn't our path. Because the sense of self, protected like that, the kind of nature attained like that, wouldn't be our own, it'd be yours, Mayor. Protecting one's sense of self while being compassionate and kind, it's a path of unbearable suffering? We might fail some days, despite our best effort. Some days we will be forced to confront the sins of our past and suffer. Barely, not one of us. We are now may see the culmination of that path, yet I can hardly find it within myself to reply. Simply leave it all in thy hands without so much as trying. You saying that the seaborns can't be the answer? I've always thought it doesn't make much sense if you think about it now. Those sea monsters don't even know what safety means. That's why they show no hesitation before sacrifice. If you ever were to introduce the sense of self to those sea monsters, that selfishness won't be no more. She's a seaborn-shaped distortion, who's not a seaborn, an endless anguish and compulsive distortion. If Mayor's wish is to achieve a productive work, then her desire has to be that she doesn't want her efforts to become meaningless. Seaborns may be the perfect answer for some people. A recent example of Fabulous, it seems clear to me that was precisely his wish, but that doesn't seem to align with yours. Find a new answer, Miss Mayor. You're telling me I have to go back to wandering for so much time again in search of a new answer? You won't be alone on that. Walk it together, relying on one another. It won't be as long. Or trying to carry such heavy burdens all by yourself, it's such a prideful thing to do.
ただならぬ気配を感じます。
Oh ja, Shield. Was ist das? Aus? That thing, right?
조여 목구를 갈궈볼까?
Now it shouldn't be no. At least I hope that was the problem. 1,500. Ow. Yep. That was the problem.
이 작살에 필살의 심령이
Good.
담겨
78 damage. Ow.
흐릿한 그나 곱게 적은 종이에 번졌습니다.
That's what you go sure.
빈 바로에 나왔다.
Where?
영예는 이 영광은
Another good 100 damage. Almost 200 actually. Ow. Someone is staggered at least. Will start tower after tower. Oh, killer. So much of that shit. Ow. Heights carry away the window soon this path, soon devouring them beyond vision. It's almost as if Mayors and the dungeon of the Fairviews know that ocean itself is fusing into one. A majority of distortions encountered by the Bastion have assumed a form generally recognized as an organic entity. However, there is nothing preventing a distortion from breaking the boundary and taking a different shape, as it may vary by the individual desire. If a distortion is allowed to exacerbate undeterred, it may eventually corrode into this very space in which we stand. And we will take some time to catch our breath. Two small machines tumble to the ground, shot from one of the trembling caverns. It must be one of the mysterious machines in Maya's home we saw when we peered into her memories. The machine continued to whir loudly, the waves broke them. We saw that there were various apparatus attempted to socket on the side. Expensive they appeared, yet now numerous to well, you know, maybe she's similar to one of those sister fellows who are always hell-bent on picking up every new cutting-edge workshop help. It says little handy on it. It has an oddly similar structure to the hand of the saint in Inquisitor Wars in Charles. Wonderful machinery of the systems in our battle? Rhodes Island always seems to have their hands full holding the line against the tides of the sea terror. We should probably take just one and leave the rest to help them out. After a quick discussion, the sinners will decide to take just one of the machines. game safe that if you could stay in it. Really the continuation could take the counter-acting and accessible. Don't really understand how it was, but it was strong character.
皆さんしっかりしてください
Nevertheless, Brand no longer takes needs damage to allies. That's stuff. Not necessarily. Problem with stuff. Most of it is dominating.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
Rhaegar, please hit 2 heads, holy shit. What the fuck was that, Rhaegar? 1,000 left. Come on.
저놈을 추적해!
900? Ow. No.
Okay.
Sure. Reflip. So again. Oh, 50 damage from this shit. And a stagger. Really painful this stuff. I think I could read it. I think I'm stupid again.
皆さんしっかりしてください
Cool. It's sustained. What the fuck are we doing? Times the most. Plus 1 for every single one. Who has the least? Oh? Oh. Stagger and has no clashing either. Now side is neutral. What is with this one? All I can do here is win this clash. And do as much damage as possible. 500 more. How many are gonna take damage this turn? Okay, Marisol wins these. He's something.
반드시 부서진다.
Damage.
선원들,
バスカンパニー
나를 보호해라.
一緒できて本当に嬉しいです
All this place because of this. As soon as this is broken, everything will be fine.
잘 생각해보라고.
You see? Everything is fine. 600 more. 700. Yes, now 50 damage from that blade. Another 50 damage. And another stagger. Shoot her. 300 left. You didn't win. This is
皆さんしっかりしてください
This soda. I think it's time. Time for a soda. My favorite of all of you. Let's do this. Now I was going to quit and
변신
use for
완료.
something. There we go.
만선이에요.
This is something. Then you took 50 damage. Okay.
이 검은, 이 명예는, 이 영광은
At least 100 damage.
이빨에서
One hit. And he takes 50 damage. And a stagger plus that. 200 more. And we're also going to take 60 damage. Could be done after these things. She is broken.
皆さんしっかりしてください
And almost everyone is staggered this turn. Good turn, everyone. Not too much damage with just skill once and everything is staggered. This is some damage done. Let's show them some.
여기서 빛의 무력을 막는 증오스러 나와 그대의 힘을 합쳐 위대한 아르카나스
There we go. And at least some damage. At least almost 200 damage.
敵が来ます
That was not enough.
戦闘の準備を
How's the going? Huh? Did you change something? Oh, nothing. High traffic ego, high traffic ego. Maybe just crossing it. Central. Let me guess, I have to break the entire shield again. Yep. No, you got healing here. That's fun. Damage? Still going too far. Yeah, it doesn't hurt that much. All alive. But Dragon may not be alive. But other ones most likely though.
자, 저겠지 잘 생각해보라고.
Dragon wasn't alive. And Dragon stayed. Healed her. Oh fuck. Another time to stake full out.
너희가 공격할 기회는
Same
더욱
with the
많아진다.
heads. say it one more time. Good, that did a lot of damage. It hurt a lot. Oh yeah, you got staggered, huh?
선원들, 나를 보호해라.
どうすれば
Oh, here we go. Soon. Need healing.
조여목구를 달고 볼까?
Yeah.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
So much for the attack. Ow. Oh, man, so staggered.
本当に嬉しいです
죄를 새겨주겠어.
First destroy this. This. Here we go.
한패지 메마른 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
Actually, pretty good damage. A lot more damage.
곱게 적은 종이에 얹어서 식탁을 향해
Another 100.
빈 벼를 나갈 거야.
Good. Ouch. Please simply up. Simply up. What the fuck? Okay.
敵が来ます皆さん戦闘の準備を
No. Do just one? Do the reading. Continue this. Heal it again. Yeah. It sucks, but nothing you can do against it.
한 시간.
Oh, and that's going to do a good bit of damage. It's full trust and done. Healing?
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
That's next done. Kind of
이
feels explosion.
문단이 벌하시네. 기꺼이
No, it's a late
죄를
thing.
받아들이나이다.
내가 너를 위해 기도할 것이다.
And pursuance.
넌 반드시
69
부서진다.
left. Ow. about 200 damage? 150. Stays as well, you know. Second high. Good enough.
서울을 육청.
It's still going to hurt a lot. We put it in the road. And at least she's moving a lot more forward again. Should have taken out his day actually. Ow. Can't even watch. Painful. Are you still alive? Didn't use his ego yet, so I would say yes. It's very inevitable that he is going to use his ego. Claire. Please. You're doing a good job. That was 300 damage. You're not winning this. No, he lives for one round. You are winning this. And then you're taking a lot of damage. Oh, now I saw it. Oh, now I saw it. Continue still. There we go, everyone has a target. Rid of sanity never hurt anyone.
모든 결과들은 하우스트가
You're going to be staggered next turn, sadly. I guess we're just going to do anything if that happens. That's great, actually. I think I've done it. And boop. Fast poisoning was really useful. I like it more than Fluid 6 still. It's true that people scrutinizing others for differences to find something they can hate. But it's also true that it is often those very differences that people look up to. And admiration usually goes hand in hand with overestimation. Yes, and Miss Mayers admired these two unknowns, Seaborns and the light. She thought they would be the solution to everything. Mayers, do you still want to go to the city? No. I remain here in Terra. I broaden my studies and I talk more. I find a new path towards realizing my wish. As for what will happen now, Miss Mayers, we're going to need to have need to have a long talk with the Inquisition, but we'll help too. We'll help you in your search for that path if we can. The great ark built from the city crumbles. Light fades and gives way to shadows. And we found ourselves back aboard the vessel Master. Battle complete. The vessel Masters is slowing down. How's Miss Mayers? Her unconscious, the mental strain seems to have taken its toll. It all happened inside the Dungeon of Heavens, but can't have been too easy on her mind to send so many waves after us. What will happen to Miss Mayers now? First we wait for the Inquisition's ruling, then bring her to Rhodes Island. Her efforts were misguided, but she also had Terra's best interest at heart. Together I'm sure we can discuss a better way to the future. What if she sentenced to death? Then we will need to offer a different proposal. We can consider it when we get to it, Doctor. It's finally over. All we have left to do is go back. After we were preparing to leave with our hearts much lighter than they were earlier. Hold on, everyone. Something is rapidly approaching. A low, thrumming roar vibrates the air as a strange shadow looms over the ship. Huh? Where'd this shade come from? Wait, is that... Almost as if driven by instinct, Ishmael takes the radio from Greg and runs into the control room. Something must have clicked in Otis' head as she also turned and ran after Ishmael. If those two are running into the bridge, Waze, grab onto something. Oh bollocks! Mucking it up right after the finish line. Doctor, Dante has advised we grab onto something. I see, they're preparing to turn the ship around. Everyone brace for impact, stay alert, something's coming. The ship leaned heavily as it hurriedly turned portside. I caught a glimpse of a massive shadow gliding just beneath the water's surface, right where the ship was a second ago. A seaborn about the size of, no, slightly larger than the vessel Master. Amia's indicator buzzed with Ishmael's voice. The currents are going wild. Wait, no, something's causing the currents to go wild. We'll try our best to maintain evasive maneuvers for as long as possible, but we can't do this forever. If the situation does not improve, we may have to take the vessel Masters to cross the dimensional door. Does the Rhodes Island have a way out of this quantum? Not at this moment, but we have to come up with one now and fast. Dante, does anything come to mind? We should first figure out why that Seaborn's coming after us. Copy that. I focus on steering the ship, so keep updated. Instead, the ship immediately begins a sharp turn, narrowing dodging the ponderous body of the Seaborn as it swims by. We can't just take the whole ship across the dimensional door. We're not the only ones on it. But the sea is too wide to simply turn around to let the others leave. It's almost like it's obsessed with the ship. Just why could it possibly be coming after the ship all of a sudden? Could it be that Fabrice's order is coming after me? Got you? Yes, I'm the enemy, an abyssal hunter. Let's go to prove that the giant beast began to charge against the crew of the ship the moment Scully repositioned herself there. But what are the abyssal hunters? Why are they so gung about trying to kill you? Abyssal hunters are those who hunt sea terrors and seaborns. Of course this isn't based on any emotion, such as vengeance or resentment, Scully. Wait, that's not important right now. What matters is that they're solely targeting Scully. Operators of Rhode Island are heavily fatigued at the moment. their long defense against the waves in the dungeons of Faerun. The same could be said of us and Miss Amia, who battled Maya in the meantime. To engage that Seaborn is especially sense is something shakes the vessel's masses once again. What's this now? There's more? There are indeed multiple entities surrounding our ship, however, a violent destructive sound crashes through the waves toward vessel Mather. Past the sun wall of mist there was... We're lucky. Or was this simply how it was supposed to go? Holy shit, he's here! It's a knight? 2 Seaborn? It's going to be fine with Inquisitor. If he's the same knight we fought earlier, I doubt he'll be able to stop him from charging at the giant of a sea monster. Like Congress said, the knight charged straight at the giant rough waves at the great Seaborn, as though he had hardly noticed our presence. If we keep help the knight will fail at Seaborn, we just might have to have a shot at sending Limbus coming back through the dimensional door and escaping aboard the vessel ourselves. Can everyone still move? I'm almost at my limit, but I can still move. I've got a plan and I'd like for everyone to trust me on this. Things weren't so bad outside of the Kentucky portal. Now's the time for the hunter to get to work. The bright ray of light from Iron's lamp shines upon those atop the deck, where Skadi leaps tall into the air, using the ship's bow as a launching pad. The operators each scatter to their appropriate position as commanded by the doctor. Ishmael and Otis both acceded to the deck as well, presumably having found something to steer the ship. Is it okay to have your tool out here? These characters seem to know enough about steering to take over, but this crisis is far from over. She was good enough that it was reasonable for us to leave the ship steering to her and descend to the deck for our return. It doesn't seem like we'll be able to bid you goodbye. I'm saying you're going to a cave, we can stay a little long and help. I appreciate the sentiment, I really do, but I'm here pointed towards the dimensional which had shrunk significantly smaller since the first time we saw it. You don't have much time. I wondered if it was only supposed to open for a set period of time, or was it closing now because of our work here is done. There was precious little we could learn about it now, but it was obvious that our time here was coming to an end. Thanks, Amaya. We would have been lost for a long while in this world if it weren't for Ward's Island help. Well, thank you. We should be able to sufficiently study the dimensional door before we return. Time to say goodbye to the Liberian sea breeze, I guess. Do you have any idea how big the pepper is going to be at the Inquisition? Yeah. Try not to drop into the Liberian next time, you got that? Sure, let's all stay nice. Oh no. I just died. The Seaborn, as the great Seaborn briefly falters at the combined might of Skadi and Night, the ship bow managed to stop inches from the dimensional door. That's a big Seaborn. Manager, now's your chance. Get to the dimensional door. Someday I hope we can meet again. I always click the one. This is a really cool picture. Yes. We shall take our leave. Let's return to the ship. The sea had turned into a brutal battlefield, terrible wars contending with one another. Taking one final look at the Rose Island defending the vessel masters, we leaped into the pitch black darkness at the center of the dimensional door, swept away by the tides of consciousness. The river draws out my memories and consciousness, supplementing them away. Then where is this? Huh? I look around and see the sinners strewn about the room, dozing off. See Heathcliff crash like that all the time, but how did everyone crash at the same time, sleeping against the wall? A bizarre sensation that something was truly amiss crawled up my spine. You have come too. Now that you have come to, I request that you continue rest in your chamber. Your presence here makes it difficult to conduct cleaning activities in the area just to your body. Huh? What? We just came through the dimension door of the woods. You were transferred here after the ACE discovered the company unconscious at the entrance at the lobotomy corp branch. I feel like I just went through a memorable experience, but I can't recall what. There was a hole in my memory, and a strange emotional tug at my heart, and ego I don't ever call extracting? Oshinante? But 5 more minutes of scheduling wooden training dummies to make you 5 minutes. But the bizarre sensation naturally settled. What was that abnormality that just jumped? That just happened? I don't have any answer to either of those questions, but wait, where's Sword? She said I can't exist. She said something about how there's been a delay or something. I couldn't find Sword, who's bringing us odd jobs here. They're doing our stay anywhere But on the desk I find a note filled with various requests and a letter both to be left behind by Sword. We've got a distortion contract, come on, time to earn your keep. You weren't going to launch around until we get a message from HQ, right? Are they allergic to giving us time off or something? In that moment a certain voice briefly surfaced from the abyss of my memories before sinking again. There's no such thing as absolutes when it comes to... I clicked on an accident when it comes to the value of life. Which means that it should never be up to others to define the worth of life to argue for it. The worth of life. I don't recall who said that or even where I heard that from. Honestly, I don't even understand what it means. You can't change what you see by standing still. If you want to bring about a better world, and even if you may be lost in the ideals, even still, some of those words still left a lingering impression on my heart. You have to keep walking. Unable to sit still, I got up from my seat and began walking for the sinners one by one. Yeah, it's not like we're getting anything done here. On your feet, guys. Time to get to work. The sinners each begin waking up, some of them looking around to get their bearings. Like they were just pulled out of a long dream. This was a really quick collab.
의뢰이란 보호수단에서 사용한 탄환값을 빼면 오늘은 제사비로 손해를 메울 필요가 없네요.
Reward exchange. Yeah, reward exchange. And even more. And tickets. And box. No, quit. Everything here. What's with the noun? Where's the announcer? Just in the stages? Not even here. Can't find it here. announcer? Where do I get you? I am so confused. Where the fuck are you hiding? I mean, where are you hiding from me? It's unusual. Anything else doesn't make sense. Is there an announcer in here? Here's the announcer. Actually going insane here. What else do we want? Happy? They don't know where to announce it. Am I missing something? Are you hiding somewhere? Where are you? Holy shit, more lunacy. Does it stand in here? Where's the announcer? Where is it? I'm going insane. Actual insanity. What the? Wait. The announcer has to exist, right? We're stupid? I want to give you money. Take it. You need to show me. It's not here. Yeah. You don't look like the announcer to me. Wait, is it in the shop? It is in the shop. What the fuck? How the fuck am I supposed to find that? So I need at least 2,500. I have 600, so I need 2,000. So it's this one. I'm not going to do this on stream, but still going to get the announcer. Right, I'm going to stop then. Before I'm going more insane. Which I might already am, but I don't have to get more insane. Stop streaming.